turn screen. You're live, okay? And you can do your thing.
So anybody, Edgar, am I in here? They're here. I know he's here. Good evening. This meeting is now convened at 5:04 p.m. I would like to ask everyone to silence all cell phones. A quorum of the board members is present in the auditorium. We have a number of elected officials here with us today, and I want to welcome them and go through. We have Representative Sylvia Garcia. I didn't see her. No, we're not speaking yet. I'm just saying hello. Okay. And it's actually Gloria Moreno is going to be speaking for Representative Garcia. We have State Representative Molly Cook. Welcome. I'm sorry, State Senator Molly Cook. Yes. State Representative Christina Morales. We have State Rep John Rosenthal. State Rep Charlene Ward Johnson. And we also have Stacey Childs is here with as well. Councilwoman Dr. Carol Evans Shabazz is here. We have Councilwoman Abby Kamen. We also have trustees Maria Benzon. We have Michael McDonough. We have Mira Gidry. Gidry? I can't read that. We also have former elected public officials. We have former council member Letitia Plummer is here also. We have also former state rep Jarvis Johnson and former Harris County Board of Education member Danny Norris. We'll now be joined by a member. Did I miss anybody? Oh, yes, thank you so much. We'll now be joined by a member of the Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps to lead our pledges. I'd like Board Secretary Paula Mendoza to introduce tonight's pledge leader.
Thank you, President Campo. Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Emily Charles is the battalion commander for Milby High School's JROTC 4th Battalion. She's responsible for leading almost 200 cadets during Milby's centennial school year. Cadet Charles is an incoming first-generation college student. She holds a class rank of 46 out of 482. Seniors putting her in the top 10% of her graduating class. Cadet Charles has attained a weighted 4.01 grade point average, and after rigorous work in advanced placement, dual credit, and dual enrollment classes throughout her high school career, she plans to major in psychology at Texas A&M University, where she will join their Army ROTC Corps of Cadets. She plans to later serve in the U.S. Army Reserves. Cadet Charles.
Moment of silent meditation, and please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and pledge to the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Cadet Charles. I would like to take a point of privilege to move one of our recognitions to the beginning of this meeting. At each February board meeting, we have the pleasure of featuring the student who won the annual Martin Luther King Jr. Oratory Competition. HISD would like to thank Foley and Lardner LLP for sponsoring this competition now in its 30th year in Houston. We're proud to celebrate this year's winner, Otis Marks, a fifth grader from Windsor Village Elementary. His powerful speech honored Dr. King's legacy and reminded us all of the importance of justice, peace, and equality. Now I would like to ask the principal of Windsor Village Elementary School to come to the microphone and introduce herself and Otis.
Good Good evening, everyone. I am Chantel Lewis, the proud principal of Windsor Village Elementary School, and I am proud to introduce Otis Marks, who is a wonderful 5th grade student on our campus. Otis has been with us for about 5 years, so we are so proud of him and the young man that he is grown into, and we are so proud that we are happy to announce he's the very first student to win first place in this competition, and we've been in this competition for over 15 years. So Otis Marks, come forward.
Maureen Marks. She was my grandmother. She passed away before I was born, but I have seen pictures of her. In her pictures, she had a scar going from her temple all the way down. As soon as I saw that scar, I asked my dad how she got it. He told me that in 1955, when my grandmother was a college student, she and her classmates sat at a whites-only lunch counter to protest against segregation. They were inspired by the teachings of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. They believed in the power of love to break the chains of hate. Unfortunately, the police were called, and instead of protecting the peaceful protesters, those officers beat them, including my own grandmother. From that point on, I began reading more about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and his message to the world. Like my grandmother, I too was inspired. My name is Otis Marks III, and I'm a 5th grade student from Windsor Village Elementary School. If Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. were alive today, I believe that he would say, now that you have embraced my message, take this torch and continue to make my dream come true. I will gratefully accept that torch, hold it high, and tell my generation to follow me to a place where equality is not just spoken, but lived every day. Follow me to a place where Hispanics, Europeans, Africans, and Asians can all find a place of refuge in this land of opportunity. Follow me to a place where law-abiding citizens do not have to hide from the authorities and where ICE is only used in Kool-Aid. Follow me to a place where Caucasians, African Americans, Hispanics, Asians, and all other cultures can sit at the table of brotherhood and have no conflict nor barriers. Follow me to a place where there shall be no labels that divide us into races, but where we see each other as only God's people. Follow me to a place where Dr. King's dream becomes reality. Imagine it with me, a world that chooses love over hate, hospitality over rejection, and compassion over cruelty. Imagine a world where every child, no matter their ethnicity, can grow up safe, valued, and free to pursue their dreams without judgment. That is the world Dr. King dreamed of, and that is the world we are called to build. But dreams don't build themselves. They require action, true sacrifices, and everybody working together as a team. So I ask you, my friends, carry this torch with me. Carry it proudly. Carry it bravely. Carry it until its flames light up every dark corner of injustice, and let us walk side by side, step by step, toward the world Dr. King knew was possible. A world of hope, a world of peace, a world where true freedom are not just empty words, but guaranteed promises. And if Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. were alive today, that would be his message to the world. Did you hear it? If not, don't worry, just follow me.
Thank you, Otis. That was awesome. Definitely deserving of first place. But we'd also like to congratulate the other top finishers, and all the HISD students who have participated in this year's competition. Their voices reflect the bright future of the leadership within our district and beyond. We'll now hear from public officials and speakers who identified themselves as students or parents. Please note that Spanish live captioning is available for those viewing the meeting via live stream, and live Spanish interpretation is available in person in the auditorium. Public comment during school board meetings will only be available to those persons who have signed up to speak prior to the meeting time per current protocol. Verbal and other disruptions by persons during school board meetings are not acceptable, as they inhibit the board's ability to conduct business and the public's ability to observe those processes. Persons who participate in such behavior will be given one warning, and if the behavior is repeated, they will be asked to leave the meeting. We have 85 speakers tonight who will be limited to 1 minute each per board policy, since we have more than 30 people signed up to address the board tonight. We ask that you stay on topic and refrain from naming individuals, especially students, as their identity is protected under the law, but you may name your own child. I ask that you please respect our procedures and that of the other speakers, and end your comments promptly when the time has expired and the bell rings. Our first speaker will be from the office of U.S. Representative Sylvia Garcia. Gloria Moreno, you may come to the podium. Thank you.
I'm following Otis because you told me to follow him.
Clearly. It's hard. That's a hard act to follow.
Exactly.
For sure.
Thank you so much for allowing us to be here. Congresswoman Garcia is actually on a flight, so I wanted to prepare her response and communicate those to you. Schools have to be safe for every child, and there's no exceptions to that. That includes immigrant students and students in mixed status families. Right now, our communities are facing unprecedented actions by ICE. Families are afraid to come. Students are carrying that fear into classrooms. HISD needs one clear policy for student protests applied the same way at every campus. Free speech should not depend on your zip code. Consistency protects students, consistency protects educators, and consistency protects us, you, the district. We should be unapologetically pro-First Amendment. Peaceful protest is a fundamental tenet of our Constitution. Governor Abbott's threats to punish schools for student protests are very dangerous. Do not allow that to happen. It is to ensure that our students are safe and protected, and that we follow Otis's message. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, State Senator Molly Cook.
Good evening to the Board of Managers. Thank you for your attention to our comments today. For the past 3 years, this unelected board has struggled to be transparent or even obfuscated data from the public and parents about decision making. Teacher turnover has been shockingly high. Over 13,000 students have left HISD, and there have been frequent reports of spending concerns. While these issues continue to unfold, we are also watching our state government punish children for exercising their First Amendment rights, and our federal government deploying masked police to kidnap our neighbors. Now more than ever, we need transparency from this board and clear commitments that HISD will protect all of our students and teachers. You must boldly affirm that schools are safe for immigrant students and parents. Commit to not punishing students more harshly for political activities and protesting as they use their personal power to affect political change. You must ensure our schools remain welcoming and open to all students by rejecting policies creating daily periods of prayer, and it's my understanding that perhaps that I hope that is not overshadowed by other drawbacks. If this board does not actively affirm values of protection and free speech, it affirms the opposite. I want to end by saying thank you to the parents and students who are here with us today. We are in an incredibly difficult moment. By fighting for our public schools, you are protecting the bedrock principles of our democracy, so thank you. And to every student exercising their freedom of speech and personal political power, I am so proud of you, and we have your back.
Thank you. Up next, State Representative Christina Morales.
Thank you and good evening. I am here to demand that HISD clearly and publicly affirm that our schools are safe for immigrant students. Parents asked me to stand with them on this issue, but guess what? Their children are already standing on their own. I have attended 2 student protests within the last few days, and I know today there was a sick out. Our students are organizing because they feel unheard, because they feel unsafe, because they feel like adults in charge are not protecting them. That should trouble every single one of you. There is turmoil in our city. There is fear in our district. Immigrant children are carrying anxiety that no child should carry. My 9-year-old grandson asked me, why does Donald Trump hate Mexican? He is 9 years old. That is what children are absorbing, and it doesn't take a lot for a child to feel hated. A wise person recently said, the only thing more powerful than hate is love. So I'm asking you, where is your love? HISD should be a sanctuary, a place where every child knows they belong, a place where fear does not follow them through the school doors. You were appointed to improve the lives of children. Right now, they are braver than you. Show them you have their back, or they will never trust you to lead them. History will remember who stood up for these children and who stayed silent.
Thank you. Next up, State Representative John Rosenthal. Is he not here? Okay. Then State Board of Education member Stacy Childs.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I was not born in Houston, but Houston raised me professionally. HISD gave me my first big girl job, which was that 5th grade classroom in Southwest Houston. So when I speak today, I am not speaking as a visitor. I am speaking as someone who loves this district. And because I love HISD, I am concerned. At the center of every single decision we make has to be the children. Before you decide to take programs out of school tonight, please consider the impact it has on the children. Children should not be afraid to come to school because of what might happen to them at the hands of ICE. I urge you, please, to do something. Right now, families are paying attention. Do students feel safe in Houston ISD? Do the parents and the students feel like this district belongs to them? Because it does. Protect our students, protect the First Amendment, rebuild trust with families, let children feel safe. Because our children are watching you, so let's do right by them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Houston City Council member Dr. Carolyn Evans-Shabazz. Not here? Okay. Then we'll go to Houston City Council member Abby Kamen. Abby?
Good evening. I'm here today on behalf of families of my district who've reached out to us, and I want to share some of their concerns. Our immigrant students do not feel safe. HISD has lost nearly 4,000 immigrant students. That's 22% of immigrant students not coming to school right now out of fear. Our public schools must be institutions of trust, and we cannot leave immigrant students behind because of inhumane federal policies and rogue, untrained immigration agents that are violating our civil rights and the liberties of residents. And I ask this board to clearly reassure families about the policies and measures being taken to ensure the safety and security of students. Today, families chose to use their voice in a day of action, and we are seeing civic engagement, yes, even through student-led protests, just as Otis lifted up. Public education and peaceful protests are the bedrocks of our democracy. But consistent disciplinary action against students in response to recent protests. Specifically, I'm being told that NES students who have protested appear to be disciplined more harshly than those at other schools. So I respectfully request leniency for these students that are engaging in our society, are engaging civically and grappling with issues that we as a nation are grappling with. They should be celebrated, not punished. I lastly want to thank you for your careful consideration of the significantly harmful implications of SB 11 school prayer, and I appreciate the board's recommendation of no implementation on that. So on behalf of the incredibly diverse communities in my district, thank you for your time. Thank you for voting no on SB 11, but let's support the First Amendment in other ways, including lifting up the voices of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have several of our elected trustees. Was this? Okay. Next up is Trustee Maria Benzon. I saw her earlier. No, there she is. Hello. Hello.
Good evening, Board of Managers. My name is Dr. Maria Benzon, and I'm the HISD trustee in District 5. I believe we can agree that we all want strong, thriving public schools. Everyone who participated in today's Sick Out also agree. We also agree that it requires trust, transparency, and responsible stewardship of taxpayer dollars. Under the current leadership, HISD administrators have authorized about $870 million in spending without required board approval. The spending threshold was raised from $100,000 to $1 million without elected oversight. We've seen $100 million spent replacing nearly new furniture and technology, $2 million on a district-run news station, and a tripling of central office staff earning over $200,000, while vital supports for homeless students, wraparound services, and autism programs were reduced. Some say no bond, no education, as if parents who oppose the bond do not care about children's learning. Updated schools. We do care. We know our students deserve better facilities. We need a bond, and the path to a successful bond is clear. Restore local control with elected trustees on this dais, and appoint leadership the community can trust. Restore transparency, restore oversight, restore our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Trustee Michael McDonough.
Maya Angelou said, "I've learned that people will forget what you said. People will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel." Members of the board, over the course of my careers, I served as principal of two of the largest high schools in this district. The top privilege was to shake the hand of each student as they graduated. Now, my math tells me that over those 13 graduations, I shook more than 10,000 hands. More than 10,000 students trusted me and my team with their education. They did that not because I had all the answers, but because of demonstrated leadership rooted in listening, in respect, and in a clear vision for our kids. Now, I want you to think back to the open houses that you went to for your children, and what's the number one question you had as a parent? I would say it was this: do you know my child? That's what you wanted answered from every teacher. In addition, parents want their children to feel safe at school. They want their campuses saturated with opportunity. They want their children to leave with real options for college, career, comes next. I don't stand here with the singular focus that everything happening in HISD right now is bad. Resources and supports are going into neighborhoods that were overlooked for decades, and that is good. Increasing the number of students reading at grade level is good. If progress helps position us to end the takeover, that is good. Yet the what is important, but the how is what is impactful. Perhaps what I learned that has served me the most is that progress is strongest when it is built with people, not just for them. Anytime I walked into a room thinking I was the smartest person there, I was quickly reminded that I wasn't. But when I entered, focused on listening, learning, and respecting lived experiences, I walked away a better leader, and the better decision followed. That is the kind of leadership our district needs, because our community does not expect perfection. They expect partnership. They expect honesty. They expect to be treated as valued stakeholders in the education of their children. Families understand that we won't always agree. But if we want schools where students are safe, prepared, and thriving, then we must lead in a way that ensures every family knows that their voice matters. When we listen first, trust grows. When trust grows, enrollment stabilizes. When families feel valued, they stay. And when we build with our community, not apart from it, our children don't just succeed, they flourish. Thank you.
Thank you. We have some other state representatives that have signed up to speak. We have Representative Charlene Ward Johnson. Welcome.
Don't start my time yet. Okay. Good evening. I am State Representative Charlene Ward Johnson, and I proudly represent House District 139. I am here today to stand in solidarity with students and families participating in today's walkout and protest of what's going on, how they're not feeling safe. Schools should be a safe haven for students to come and learn. It's a learning environment, not a place where they should be fearful for their lives. It should not be an environment that's created for them to fear what's gonna happen when they walk outside. Since the state takeover, HISD's quality of education has diminished, resulting in students being left behind, students fearing for their families, students fearing for their safety, and students fearing about tomorrow. This is not the HISD that we know. This is not the HISD that many of us have grown up with. I'm not from Houston, but I got here as fast as I could, and I appreciate because the good neighborhood schools produce good neighbors. So once again, I would ask you to be more lenient, to put your students first, put students over your policy. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have State Representative Lauren Ashley Simmons.
Well, we meet again, Mike Miles. And I see some new faces on the board, but I have to give y'all a hand clap. Y'all are looking attentive today and paying attention. I appreciate that, because usually it's always like, hey, look at us. But I'm here on behalf of my constituents and my community. As an organizer, I want to commend and thank the parents and students who have stood up and fought, but they shouldn't have had to do this. I patiently await the day that our school district is turned back over to us and that I can address elected trustees who feel accountable to our communities. It always feels like my remarks fall on the ears of people who are here to serve themselves. I'm a new elected official, but there is, and you can shake your head, Marty, that's fine, but this is my time to speak. As a new elected official, there's a level of scrutiny that you have to go under when you decide that you're gonna represent people. And people want your representation or not. And we haven't had that in years. But there is a silver lining to all of this, because I got to swear in a good friend that I admire and adore, who was just a frustrated mom like me, and now she's one of our elected trustees, and a beloved principal who answered the call of his community and ran for office and was elected, and they will join our other elected trustees who are gonna help us put this district back together once you're gone. But what I'm gonna leave you with, because I see y'all frowning and y'all can frown, I'm a product of HISD. I went to Thompson Elementary, I went to James D. Ryan Middle School, and I graduated from Jack Yates High School. My mother graduated from Jack Yates High School in 1977. My little brother graduated from Jack Yates High School. And my son, who's a student at the University of Texas at Austin, Hookham, because I'm a Longhorn too, graduated from Yates last year. But you know who's not in HISD anymore? My precious 11-year-old daughter who has dyslexia and sickle cell disease. She's supposed to be graduating from Lockhart Elementary with her 5th grade class this year. Out of her friend group, there's one left. And that's because that baby's grandmother works at the school and she wasn't gonna leave. I want you to take this with you when you go back to Colorado and when the rest of you leave and slither back into obscurity, that there are communities that were broken and torn apart under your watch. He's gonna leave, but you have to remain here. And I hope that when you go and pray to whoever you pray for, that you ask for forgiveness for the communities that you destroyed. And Angela, you can cross your face up all you want, because you can hear what I'm saying. This room is not full like this for no reason. We're not here because we hate you. We're here because we love our kids. We love our schools, and we love our community. I have tears in my eyes. She has tears in her eyes. because I know what it means to have a thriving school in our community. You took the resources out of the schools and put them in centers where kids can't access them. My constituents ask me in Sunnyside all the time, where can I get resources from? I can't get it anymore at Bastion. I can't get them anymore at Worthing. This is why we're here. I don't enjoy doing this. It's an hour-long drive from where I live in traffic. I would rather be doing anything else, and I know they would be too. But as long as you're here, we're gonna be here. And like I told you the first time we met, when you're gone, it's gonna be us picking up the pieces.
Thank you. We also have former State Representative Jarvis Johnson. Jarvis? Mr. Johnson, welcome.
Good evening. I'm Jarvis Johnson, former city councilman, former state representative, and current executive director of Phoenix Outreach Youth Center, where our motto is we teach children how to think outside the box and color outside the lines. Being ruled by dictators that don't listen to the voices of the people are grounds for the people to demand results with their actions. This country was founded on the principles of protest and civil disobedience. The students feel this oppressive behavior of those that enable ICE and this state takeover to trample on citizens' freedoms and liberties. HISD stifling or prohibiting students' voices only makes robotic humans that will not be leaders. So I encourage our students, follow the examples of our forefathers that rose up against a tyrannical government to create the greatest nation in the world. Stand up for yourself, stand up for your brothers and your sisters, and let your voices be heard. Show this district, city, state, and nation how great you are and never be. Don't let this district or society tell you where or what you will be in the future. Stay strong, and we will be with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is our former Harris County Board of Education board member, Danny Norris.
Good evening. I'm here to say just a few things, and actually I was reminded when the young man spoke earlier, that is what we're looking for. We saw a young man that was able to give a presentation, and I think everybody in this room face lit up, including his, when he saw the applause. He was thriving, and that's what we want for all the kids. That's difficult to do when they have to worry about things like ICE, or protesting and having interventions by up at the top. That's hard to do if they have wraparound services taken from their school. That's hard to do if they have schools closed without input. So my big concern, and I think we all in agreement, that I think everybody in this room, including y'all, would say that we all want to see students thrive. So we want to make sure that we have the community input, anything we do, especially with a board that's not elected and appointed. I have gotten word, there has been stories that, things are getting better in some regards, but I've been hearing a lot of discussions from people who have left, and they have not had the best experience. And when you see big exodus of people, typically that's not a good sign. When you have high turnovers, when black people were leaving the South during the Great Migration, because things were very turbulent in the South. When teachers are leaving school districts, there's very big turbulence. I know that the motto seems to be either shape up or ship out, but I would very much encourage that you retain teachers, because that's where students get a chance to thrive like this young man. So before any more big decisions to make, I just say please continue to listen. Be sure to listen to the community, especially in your position. Listen. Be sure to make sure you have all the resources so we can have more young men like this, and not students that are detained or have other issues. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have former Houston City Council member Letitia Plummer. She not here? Okay. Oh. I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought she was here.
Hi, good evening. I am former Councilmember Letitia Plummer for the City of Houston at large, position 4. Good evening, board members. I'm here to speak for families who are scared, exhausted, and losing faith in our school system. Right now, our immigrant community does not feel safe in HISD. When ICE shows up near our campuses, schools stop being places of learning and become places of fear. Children cannot learn when they are worried about their parents may not come home when they get out of school. HISD must clearly and publicly affirm that campuses are safe spaces, places of trust and not trauma. At this time, students who peacefully protest are being punished unfairly. Federal law is clear. Under Tinker and Des Moines, students cannot be disciplined more harshly for political speech than the ordinary rule breaking. Yet, we see unequal punishment. Students at the NES campuses suspended for days, while students at other schools face little or no discipline for the same actions. This discipline. Is that my time? All right, thank you. We are seeing massive teachers turnover, skyrocketing numbers of uncertified teachers, more than 13,000 students leaving the district. Classrooms are being turned into test prep factories instead of places of real learning. Special education students and bilingual students are being denied the support that they're legally entitled to. Meanwhile, our superintendent is spending hundreds of millions of dollars without real oversight on furniture, technology, and even the propaganda of news stations, while cutting services for homeless students, wraparound care, and autism support. So parents are drawing the line. No trust, no bond, with no elected board, no transparency, and no accountability. Giving bond dollars right now is reckless. We clearly say support the sick out. End the takeover, restore local control, reinstate the elected board, and remove Mike Miles. Protect immigrant students, respect student protests, stop SB 1882 charter expansion. Our community's mental health matters. Our children deserve stability, safety, and dignity, not fear, punishment, and chaos. In this takeover, our schools, our families cannot survive it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have trustees on Zoom. I think we have Trustee Gomez via Zoom. Would you please let them in to the Zoom? Thank you.
Placido Gomez, please turn your camera on and unmute yourself.
Thank you so much.
1 second. We'll wait till we can see you in the room. 1 second. Great. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much for having me. Apologies for not being there in person. I'm somewhere between Austin and Houston, working on Marcos Velez's campaign for lieutenant governor. I'm an elected school board member in Houston ISD, and as elected officials, or as people who seek to be elected officials, we make ourselves available to the public. Marcos is doing that statewide. I do that locally. And like it or not, as members of the appointed board, you are also public officials, and it is also your job to make yourself available to the public. I understand that in community meetings that you hosted when the takeover first started, you faced a lot of criticism. People came up, said a lot of harsh things. I don't mean to sound harsh, but that's part of the job. Every single person who's ever been an elected official, everybody who's ever run for public office, has had people criticize them. That is what we do. It is our job to make sure that we're listening to the community and be accountable to the community. So I want to urge you for the 100th time to make yourself available to the public so that there can be back and forth dialogue, so that you could give an honest hearing of what people in the community think. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up.
Trustee Donnie Hernandez.
Buenas noches a todos. My name is Donnie Hernandez, and I am the locally elected trustee for District 3. I'm here to ask administration and the board to make a public announcement regarding our student safety. Every HISD school should be a safe place for all students, regardless of documentation status. HISD's #1 priority is school safety, and in these wild times that we're living in, that priority needs to be emphasized. I also want to thank HISD for bringing elected trustees and appointed board members together for the preliminary discussions on returning HISD back to elected control. Thank you and buenas noches.
Thank you.
We have Mr. Mike Doyle, party chair.
Good afternoon, Mike Doyle. Thank you for allowing me to participate today remotely. I stand here in solidarity as the chair of the Democratic Party with the many fine elected officials who have pointed out the issues that require most serious attention by this appointed board. One in particular I speak today upon is the reports we've received of disparate punishment, or at least the prospect of disparate punishment for those students who are not just brave enough, but acting civically as they should, protesting in the threat of direct threats by our elected governor, Abbott, to target HISD students who actually are willing to speak up in the face of inappropriate conduct by ICE here in the Houston area. Just last week, I was proud to stand with our elected congressional members and other members of LULAC and other community leaders in a suit that was necessitated by the wrongful continued abuse of citizens by ICE demanding they show their papers. I think and I believe, and I speak on behalf of the Democratic Party in confirming that kind of behavior is not just unacceptable, it's not just un-America, it needs to stop. And I think all the students that are willing to stand up should be appreciated and not punished for that behavior. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay. All right, next we will hear from speakers who identify themselves as HISD students and parents. Speakers, please state your name, your topic, and step up to the microphone. Ms. Smith will call, please call our speakers. I will note also that we have given deference to public officials, elected officials, and trustees to go over the 1 minute mark, but we're now going to go back to the 1 minute mark. So please wrap your comments up when you hear the bell. Thank you.
We'd like to invite all students who've signed up to speak to move to the front row, please. All students, if we move to the front row. And then we can start on one end. And just announce your name before you begin, please.
Good evening. My name is Adidas H. Bittner, and I am a 6th grader at HISD. I love my grandmother. When she's sick, her doctor listens carefully before prescribing anything. If it doesn't work, they adjust the plan. Her care is personal, not one size fits all. Schools should be the same. A good teacher assesses us every day through questions and discussions. That's real assessment. But constant standardized testing is different. Data is not the same as truth. When my grandma takes medicine, it comes with a long list of benefits and side effects. Education policies don't. Where is the notice that a program might raise MAP scores but lower students' love of learning? That it might push out experienced teachers? That it might make families feel like schools care more about test prep than creativity, problem solving, teamwork, and leadership? Students are more than test scores. We are thinkers, creators, leaders, and human beings. Please make decisions that heal our schools, not just measure them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm here to support students who are walking out to protest ICE and to clarify our rights. The Supreme Court established in the Tinker versus Des Moines that students do not lose First Amendment rights at the schoolhouse door. Schools can only limit protests if they substantially disrupt learning, not because they disagree with our message. Schools can mark as absent for leaving campus without permission. However, discipline must be content neutral and proportionate. If leaving campus normally results in 1 day of detention, a peaceful protest cannot receive harsher punishment simply because we're exercising our First Amendment rights. Recent statements from state officials have overstated legal consequences. Civil rights organizations confirm that threats of arrest, funding cuts, and state takeovers for peaceful protests misrepresent what the law allows. To my fellow students, know your rights. To school teachers, apply rules fairly and respect our constitutional protections. Student voices matter. ICE out.
Thank you.
Students, please be sure to state your name before you begin.
Hello, I'm Malika Mohan, an HISD student. I'm here today because Mauro Henriquez, a student at Sam Houston High School, has been detained by ICE for over 50 days. And last week, students across HISD walked out in protest of ICE. They walked out because they're afraid of coming home from school and not seeing their parents there. They're afraid of seeing their friends being taken by ICE. To quote one of the students who walked out, "We just want to be free and live in a free country." Instead of supporting these students, school administrations threaten disciplinary action in retribution for protesting out of fear of Greg Abbott's threats for funding cuts. As these students fought for their freedom, Miles and the Board of Managers has also done nothing to protect the students that they're meant to serve. I'm here to remind you guys today that your silence is complicity, and history will hold you accountable.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna, and I am a student at Durham Elementary. I am upset that my program is no longer available at my school. The program I used to be in was Gifted and Talented because I was GT student. All of you are holding back my learning ability by removing the program, and also the GT coordinator last year was my first and only year of having the honor of doing a project in the program. You see, I want to become an astronaut and also a teacher. My project was about what I love to learn the most.
Thank you.
Hola, mi nombre es Sara. Soy una estudiante de Durham. Le pido que por favor reabre las bibliotecas en las escuelas. Todos estos libros que tengo son de mi escuela y ya no los quieren usar y los quieren tirar a la basura. Y me gusta leer y mis papás me leen todas las noches antes de dormir los libros. Tienen muchos conocimientos e información que nos ayuda a aprender. También ayuda a muchos que tienen trastorno del hablar mejor. Entre yo ir a la biblioteca cuando tengo clases de enriquecimiento y poder sacar un libro de usted y los miembros de la Junta. Tienen el poder para votar para...
She can go ahead. Hey, let her translate for the folks who didn't understand Spanish. Very good. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sarah. I'm a student at Durham. I'm asking you to please reestablish the libraries in the schools. All these books that are in my school are not being utilized, and they wanted to throw them in the trash. I love to read, and my parents read to me every night before I go to bed. The books contain lots of knowledge and information that help us learn. And they also help people better their speech impediments. I miss the library. When I had enrichment classes there, I was able to take books out. You and the members of this board have the power to vote to reestablish our libraries. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Angel Jimenez. I am from Sam Houston MSDC, and I am here to remind you, every single one of y'all, to please take a stand and protect all of us students. Houston is the most diverse city in the entirety of the United States, and I want you all to do something to defend us from unlawful and unjustified immigration enforcement. There are many students here who are afraid to go to school. There are many parents here who are afraid to go to work because of this. I want you to make a stand to do something about this and fight back. You do not have to listen to orders from the state because they are not doing what's correct. Do something and fight back.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is
Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Aubrey Barr and I'm a student in HISD. I participated today in the Sick Out and helped organize it as well. And I would do it again. Students do not protest when they feel heard. Students do not walk out when they feel respected. We did it because this takeover has made us feel powerless in our own schools. You say it's about improvement, but improvement does not feel like fear. It does not feel like teachers being pushed out. It does not feel like students being treated like pawns instead of people. You make decisions about our education without us and then expect us to quietly accept them. We are the ones sitting in the classrooms. We are the ones living through these policies. We are the ones who will carry the consequences long after this board meeting ends. Today was not about skipping school. It was about demanding to be seen. If you truly believe this takeover is working, then you should not be afraid of students' voices. But if students speaking up feels threatening, then maybe the problem isn't the students, it's the leadership. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Mecca Gabe, and I helped organize the Sick Out today. I'm here because our district has quietly made peaceful protest a level 3 offense. That's the same category used for serious misconduct. In other words, actions that harm others or threaten safety. Peaceful protests do neither of those things. It is not violent. It is not vandalism. It is students using their voices. We are taught about the Constitution. We learn about the Civil Rights Movement and the young people who changed history by speaking up. But now when students try to express their beliefs respectfully and non-violently, they face harsh discipline. That sends the wrong message. It tells students that silence is safer than standing up for what's right. As a student organizer myself, this disappoints me. No one is asking for chaos. Schools can protect learning time while also respecting students' rights, but punishing peaceful expressions at a high level discourages civic engagement instead of teaching it. If schools are meant to prepare us for citizenship, then our schools should not be, then our voices should not be treated as violations. I urge the district to reconsider this decision and create policies that protect both safety and student expression. Thank you.
Thank you.
Suhani Duarte, please go ahead. Please unmute yourself.
Hey, I'm Naya Duarte.
Great.
I'm Naya Duarte.
Go ahead.
1 second. I want to thank you for not making schools have prayer or reading from the Bible. In 5th grade, we learn about the Bill of Rights. The First Amendment says that the state government can't force religion on people. Public schools are part of the state government. So if school makes us read religious text, then that feels like we're going against what we're taught about our own Constitution. I'm also worried about going to middle school. There are poorly written packets every day, and the teachers are being replaced with people who don't even know the kids' names. And I'm one of the lucky ones who still has a librarian. I get to do Odyssey of the Mind and have book clubs in class. But some other kids should get that too. Please keep protecting our rights and listen to students. We're the ones sitting in those desks every day.
Thank you.
Alina Nasser, please turn your camera on. Or Asia Nasser.
Can you guys hear us okay?
What?
We're hearing students right now. Do you have a student?
Couldn't hear anything.
Can we come back to you? Okay. Rick, do you want to come back? I think they're having audio problems. Sorry, I can't hear. I'm sorry. Move on. Yeah, okay. These are our last student speakers, so we'll come back to them later. Okay. Do you want to move on
Let's
to
come back
parents?
to them when they get connected.
Move
So,
on to parents?
I'll tell you what, I noticed that Trustee Savant Moore came in, so welcome. Would you like to address the board? Go ahead.
I like to thank the trustee that allowed me to talk when I was just a parent advocate, Kathy Bluford Daniels. I have slippers on today because I'm a teacher, 6th grader that is not allowed to sit down. I got to lap around in a mixed demographic classroom. I give homework and the child tells me I don't have books at home, but the library is closed. A 10-year-old comes to me and says, "Thank you for being my familiar because you protect me, because you allowed me to use my peaceful demonstration to walk out, and I thank you." And I told them, remember your corazon, your heart. As trustees, you should be looking at me, Mr. Colon. It's disrespectful because you weren't here when I was just a parent standing up here and my children that were magnet away from them, and now my son is 3,000 miles away from me to receive the best education. But I'm teaching the children. I've been playing undercover boss. In Texas, we have a problem. We've been disrespecting teachers. When you see the data, remember it's a teacher that's doing all the work for that data to be right. So please respect me because I show everybody respect. I've never disrespected Mr. Miles. I keep telling my community we need a bond. But because of disrespect, like they just saw on film, that's why they won't vote for the bond. And that's exactly why I'm running for comptroller, because we need an independent agent. So please be respectful. I learned from Mr. Campo. He taught me to look at everything from the macro, but now I look at it from the micro. I used to just be a truck driver at his port, moving pipes across Texas, but now I see the truth. So please listen, because this podium and your policies are affecting people in real time, and that includes me. God bless you, and God bless Texas.
Thank you. So Ms. Smith is going to be calling parents now, correct?
Yes, we're going to try.
We're going to try
Alina-
that Zoom
Alina
one more time?
One more time.
Okay.
Could parent speakers 1 through 10 please come to the front row? Alina Nasser, are you ready to begin? We're not able to hear you. We're going to have to come back to you. Let's start with parents. Speaker 1, Margarita Moreno.
Good evening. My name is Margarita Moreno, and I'm a parent of a student at Energy Institute High School. I'm here because we need to ensure continued funding programs that make energy exceptional for our kids, and an 1882 partnership with Friends of Energy makes that possible.
Interdisciplinary project-based learning is at the heart of our school. Students merge science, engineering, English, and social studies into meaningful projects that mirror the ways that professionals solve problems. This model requires materials, technology, and time, and it's worth every investment because it transforms students into thinkers and doers. During his 3 years at Energy, my son has blossomed through the high expectations of project-based learning, providing and accepting peer reviews, challenging himself through learning tough subjects, and applying them in real-world scenarios. His connection to the learning and to the school have fundamentally changed.
Thank you.
And with your support, they can thrive under the governance of
Thank you.
an organization committed to the next generation of STEM learners.
Thank you.
Brianna Mohan, HISD parent, reading on behalf of a teacher. I wish to draw your attention to a concerning matter impacting our school. We are witnessing an exodus of educators from the field, and specifically, many from our campus will soon leave. This is attributable to escalating demands and disproportionate expectations from our leadership. I firmly believe that our teachers represent our most valuable asset regarding student academic achievement. The prevailing message at our campus, evidenced by low spot scores, suggests we are not meeting the district's performance standards. This is very disheartening, given that our student data clearly demonstrates the high caliber of our educators, a fact further corroborated when district leaders select our campus to showcase instructional excellence to other districts. This contradiction leads our teachers to conclude student achievement is only.
Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Fred Woods. As a parent, I remain deeply dissatisfied with the state takeover. This school district belongs to the communities of Houston, not Austin's bootlickers. Instead of a pathway to improvement for failing schools, many of us continue to experience instability, loss of local voice, and decisions made without meaningful community input at schools across the district. Our schools are not experiments. Our children are not data points. Our teachers are not paper pushers nor professional timekeepers. Students and teachers are leaving. Morale is low, and families feel shut out of decisions that directly affect their neighborhoods. Transparency has been promised, but trust has not been built, and your bonds will continue to be defeated. Accountability should not mean silencing the community. Improvement should not come at the cost of democracy. If the goal is truly better outcomes and high quality education, and students must be part of the plan.
Thank you.
I urge this board to actively push for
Thank you. Your time is up.
local control and to start treating the Houston community as partners,
Thank you.
not obstacles.
Thank you.
I'm Chuck Comstock. I'm a proud Durham parent. This is our 7th time here. You rapidly and forcibly transformed Durham into a special focus school way back in August, just days before the school year started. Yet by now, your shock and awe implementation has run its course. Your AI slop curriculum is happening in every classroom. Pre-K students sit through PowerPoints. Your timers tick away. Our spacious and beautiful library has been shoved full of desks and transformed into a worksheet mill, which at Durham we call an accelerated learning center. It has been done for months, yet we keep showing up in force, and the losses at Durham keep mounting. If this was simply about a difficult transition, we would expect the disruption to taper off, but months later, instability continues. This issue is no longer about implementation. The damage is sustained, and so we're going to ask an important question. Is this how an HISD school should run?
Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Taylor Mundy. I'm a parent at Durham Elementary. By now, according to your parent survey, we should be pleased with what we have and recommend our transformed school to our neighbors. I wonder what the parent survey data from Durham says. I know that you get a high level of response from us. Your representation last month does not reflect the reality on our campus. We are up to 10 teacher losses as of January, and we have now lost our second assistant principal since August. Families continue to pull their students, 45 that we can verify, and from conversations with fellow parents, we are anticipating a huge wave of families to leave at the end of this school year. The confirmed losses already represent nearly $300,000 in lost student funding. This is not a theoretical dissatisfaction. This is a measurable decline. When students withdraw and teachers depart at this scale, it is a sign of systemic failure. Is this how an HISD school should be run?
Thank you.
Hi, Erin Simpson, Durham parent. At this point, it's clear there are two separate but related issues at Durham. You turning us into a special focus school and toxic mismanagement from North Division and Durham's local administration. Families at Durham still do not understand the academic structure now governing our school. We do not know how forced curriculum changes impact our IB and dual language programming, how GT students are being served, how the Accelerated Learning Center measures success, why there are now 2 levels of the teams or Accelerated Learning Center. And when a small group of parents were told about the second center and how it would allegedly serve GT students and be project-based, that seems to have changed, but there's been no communication. We don't know what's going on in there. If so many students are going to the team center that we need 2, why do we need them in the first place? These are not minor details. These define our children's educational experience. Durham's a Title I A campus with student-parent compact promising a safe and positive learning environment, positive communication between schools and families, opportunities for...
Thank you.
One of the ways that Durham worked to provide opportunities for parents to be involved were monthly Data and Donuts or coffee with principal meetings. In previous years, they were scheduled at 8 a.m., making it possible for working parents to attend after drop-offs. This year, they've been moved to 1 p.m., excluding many families. At the first one in September, when the parents were not sufficiently pleased that the school had done well on district manufactured spot observations, parents were told by the assistant principal that we should be cheering louder. With emails and other questions often going unanswered, these meetings were one of the few places where parents could ask questions. Over the months, they became less about data and more simply showing pictures from around the school with increasingly limited time for parent questions and riddled with education buzzwords that mean nothing to the community at large.
Thank you.
Jill Tucker, Durham parent. We did glean from the September and October Data and Donuts with the principal that our decimated 3rd grade was not seeing an increased number of students succeeding at their DOLs and going to the Accelerated Learning Center. 4th and 5th grades were seeing relatively positive numbers. 3rd grade was not, at least across September and October. How have they done since? We have no idea. IB implementation has been obsolete or inconsistent. How have changes been implemented? We don't know. The principal made promises about GT being implemented in the Accelerated Learning Center, but where's the progress on that? We have no idea because our principal does not prioritize communicating about our educational process for our kids. Is this how an HISD school should be run?
Thank you.
Where is Mike Miles? ¿Dónde está Mike Miles? Bueno, voy a necesitar traducción, por favor. Soy Mauricio Gaitán. Soy un papá de la escuela de Durham. Nuestro campus es un campus bilingüe. Valoramos que haya miembros de la comunidad quienes el español es su único idioma. Nuestro director no habla español y a menudo olvida la necesidad de traducción en las reuniones de padres y la comunidad. Los libros en español desaparecieron de la biblioteca. En nuestra primera reunión, un padre tuvo que ofrecerse para traducir. La escuela, siendo un programa bilingüe, no hay personas que hablen español. Cuando nuestro director se sorprendió por la necesidad de traducción, él aún no nos ha podido responder. En vez de traer personal que hable español, siguen trayendo personal que no se puede comunicar con personas en nuestra comunidad, que el español es su único idioma. Eso es algo muy básico, lo cual lo necesitamos nosotros. Ustedes siguen destruyendo nuestro programa. Piensen en toda nuestra comunidad aquí en Houston, cómo ustedes nos están afectando. Por favor, queremos una mejor educación para todos nuestros hijos. Is this...
Thank you.
As a dual language campus, we value the fact that there are members of Durham community for whom Spanish is their only language. Our principal doesn't speak any Spanish and often forgets the need for translation at parent and community functions. Parents noticed the lack of Spanish books in the library and had to request them. At our first Data and Donuts, a parent had to step up to provide translation. When our principal was surprised at the need for Spanish translation at a dual language school. Plenty of people only speak one language, but to not even grasp the basic signals something deeper than oversight. It signals that the identity of this campus is being reshaped without regard to the community it serves.
Speakers 10 through 20, please move to the front row. Speakers 10 through 20, please move up. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, hola, mi nombre es Vanessa, soy mamá de un estudiante de Durham. Durham tenía una larga historia de altos niveles de participación de los padres. Por ejemplo, hicieron copias para los profesores y la oficina, movieron muebles, leyeron en alta voz las memorias y organizaron eventos de construcción comunitaria. Una vez que se instaló nuestro director actual, se eliminó casi toda la participación de los padres. Ya no podíamos ayudar a los profesores ni compartir el amor por la alfabetización con nuestros estudiantes de pre-K y kindergarten. Después de meses de retraso, en diciembre, a los padres se les permitió ayudar de nuevo, pero solo en la oficina y reponiendo libros en la biblioteca. Las directores del título 1A dicen mucho sobre la importancia de la participación de los padres. Por favor, no nos mantengan alejados. Gracias.
Thank you.
Durham had a long history of high levels of parent involvement. They made copies for teachers and the office, moved furniture, read out loud to the younger, and hosted community building events. Once our current principal was installed, almost all parental involvement was eliminated. We could no longer assist teachers or share the love of literacy with our preschool, pre-kinder, and kindergarten students. After months of delay, in December, parents were allowed to help once again, but only in the office and restocking books in the library. Title I guidelines say a lot about how important parental involvement is. We are kept away.
Buenas tardes, soy mamá de una hija en Durham. El director de Durham continúa creando un entorno inestable para estudiantes y profesores. Durham tiene la suerte de tener todavía una biblioteca con libros y un bibliotecario. No está en la misma habitación en la que estaba. Ese es ahora el centro de aprendizaje acelerado. Se ha mantenido en algún tamaño de una aula pequeña. Sin embargo, aún así, nuestros hijos no dicen que la bibliotecaria ya no hace lo que estaba entrenada para hacer, que es compartir el amor por los libros y la lectura. En cambio, ahora enseñar el arte de pensamiento de Mike Mouse con PowerPoints a los estudiantes de la escuela primaria de la biblioteca La administración no comunicó este cambio a los padres. Yo estoy muy contenta porque mi hija ha aprendido mucho, es mi primer año en ISD y ella ha mejorado. Cualquier
Thank you.
Durham Principal continues to create an unstable learning environment for students and teachers. Durham is blessed to still have a library with books in it and a librarian. It is not the same room as it was before. That's now the Accelerated Learning Center. It has been crammed into something the size of a small classroom. However, even still, our children tell us that the librarian no longer does what she is trained to do, which is to share the love of books and reading. Instead, she now teaches Mike Miles' art of thinking with PowerPoints to elementary school students in the library. The administration did not communicate this change to parents.
Abby Stargell, Durham parent. Durham's principal displays a consistent pattern of belittling and shaming parents. He publicly admonished concerned parents at a PTA meeting in September for their concerns around the rapid removal of 2 well-respected and high-performing teachers, not honoring the concerns and acting as if they weren't going to be welcoming to the new teachers. He admonished parents for dropping off their kids late in the office one day, and when asked about it, he stated, "I welcomed parents for the first few weeks of school. Now it's time for them to be here on time." On a phone call with a parent who had concerns, he ended the call with, "Are you done? I have a school to run." During school events, parents are monitored like they're doing something wrong. Even simple activities like holiday parties are highly scrutinized. When families are treated as threats.
Thank you.
Hi, Neely Stewart, proud Durham parent. Another parent had a negative experience of our Durham's principal in a meeting about a well-documented concern. They immediately withdrew their child. During the school's holiday parties, parents witnessed our principal belittling another parent in front of children. One of the children was overheard saying, "Why is Mr. King making my mommy's cry?" When a small group of parents and children wanted to meet with our principal in the wake of a sudden removal of their 2 teachers, he refused to meet with the parents and said sent for HISD PD. When the officer entered, they walked right by, searching, confused, because they couldn't find the harm. Is this provide a safe, positive, healthy learning environment, or provide an environment that allows for positive communication between the teacher, parent, and student? Even prisons have libraries. Floyd, read the room. We don't want ICE, and we don't want you. Remember, history has its eyes on you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Cassandra Bulger, proud Durham parent. It's always lovely to see you, Mr. Miles. Always love to see that smirk on your face. You've shown great rapidity in taking action when you believe there to be an issue. We've been here for 7 board meetings now. It's always been a pleasure, but we've been explaining to you that there is an issue at Durham Elementary. You've heard our mounting concerns. You can track the departure of teachers, administrators, and students. Teachers do not leave stable, supportive environments. In these numbers, mid-year, students lose trusted adults. Classroom continuity breaks down. Institutional knowledge disappears. Instability directly impacts children. How are we to interpret your inaction? Is this what's happening? Is what's happening at Durham in line with the standards that you set for HID? Is this the way you want it to be run? Please extend an olive branch to us and fire Terrence King. He is not suited to be around elementary children.
Thank you.
Sarah Mallor. Durham's principal likes to talk like he owns the school.
my teachers, my students, my school. When a parent was stressed about not being able to set up for her child's holiday party, Durham's principal said to her, "You are here with my permission, and I have not dismissed you." Then he demanded that the parent apologize for being disrespectful, like a naughty child. If this is how parents get treated, might we begin to understand why 10 teachers and 2 administrators have been left or removed since August 1st? This is how he treats his current staff? How does he treat the children? This is not about one tense interaction or one difficult meeting. This is a consistent pattern of reduced transparency, restricted access, public belittling, dismissed concerns, withheld data, limited engagement, escalation to law enforcement instead of dialogue. When leadership language centers on my teachers, my students, my school, it reflects ownership, not stewardship. Durham does not belong to one administrator. Is this how HISD?
Thank you.
Michelle Witkowski, Durham community member. Durham doesn't belong to the principal, neither do the teachers nor the students. In the same way that HISD doesn't belong to this board of managers or to you, Mr. McMiles. Durham belongs to the students, the families, and the community. The school parent compact per Durham's Title I status makes it clear that Durham belongs to something other than one man. When is the district going to listen to the voices of all the Durham stakeholders declaring that there's a problem here? Again, Durham belongs to the students, the families, and the community, and right now that community is telling you there is a problem. The departures are measurable, the financial losses are measurable, the instability is visible. The question is no longer whether there is an issue. The question is whether the district is willing to address it. We are asking you again to act. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. It is a problem that Miles wants no restrictions on the 1882 schools. As an operator of such partnerships via his company, Third Future, he knows that 1882 partnerships are neither state charters nor true public schools. When his charter company, Third Future, was found to have sent millions of dollars in Texas funds to his Colorado company, it was embarrassing, but not illegal. The state audit reported that there are no rules in the education code for 1882 schools, and it was the district's own fault for not prohibiting such fees in the contract. 1882 is an open invitation to steal public assets. We had policy ELA because this is exactly what happened with our energized in-district charter schools. There, the operator siphoned off $17 million. Our elected board wrote the policies to prevent that from recurring. Miles had you delete ELA and now dumb down EL to almost nothing. As always, he seeks to...
Thank you.
I'm Diana Candida, parent of a third grader. There are too many red flags in the EL policy for 1 minute. The dumbing down of the generally accepted accounting principles to the term of art, generally accepted standards for fiscal management, is a whopper. Operators are no longer required to provide audited financials. Requiring an initial contract of 10 years plays roulette with our assets. If it turns out badly, there's no way to claw it back to public control. The conditions for non-renewal are no longer required, but may be included in the contract. HISD eliminates its own internal audit rights over the operators. The operators don't have to comply with any HISD policies, including rules that try to make admissions to these schools equitable. There is no oversight, no guardrails, no protection for our public assets. You are giving away our assets with no recourse.
Thank you.
Lauren Niemeyer, a former Durham parent. I am one of the 45 families who has pulled our son from Durham this year because of your horrible NES curriculum and the poor leadership at the school. We had a wonderful experience at Durham last year, and I plan to continue at the school throughout my son's elementary years. It was a heartbreaking decision for us to leave. Durham serves students with a diverse and wide range of needs, yet the district has taken away wraparound specialists, GT and SPED coordinators. Our nurse and our counselor are now only part-time. This team center where students go who pass their DOL must self-teach themselves with worksheets and no meaningful, engaging teaching. It is unacceptable, and it's a complete waste of an early education. And to have students endure this in what was once a beautiful and engaging library just adds to the indignity. And the leadership at the school, which you have heard about in depth tonight, is chaotic, disruptive. It's just plain bad. Quite frankly, your principal academy produced a mediocre leader who is not up to the task. These kids, they deserve better. They deserve better. Your curriculum and your leadership is no good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Superintendent Miles is not only misusing AI for curriculum, but for compliance. HISD is partnering with ChatGPT for special education compliance purposes, all while cutting 50 employees from the special education office, another devastating reduction to the SPED department after the elimination of the autism support teams 2 years ago. Over these past 3 years, I've devolved into simply demanding this board of managers to just say the word autism so we can at least start somewhere. So far, you have not heeded my request. And why would you? You don't actually have to fix special education. Sure, they claim it's a requirement to meet the exit criteria to end the takeover, but the elusive exit criteria is not based in statute. The TEA says so itself. Exit criteria is never mentioned in the whole Texas Education Code regarding state interventions of a school district. Despite Mike Morath's tepid attempts to obfuscate this fact in his public letters and comments to the Houston community, none of his statements provide a citation to any statutory.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Your time is up. Your time is up. Your time is up. Your time is up.
Good evening. In Takeover, Domingo Morel asks, if collaboration improves educational outcomes, why pursue policies that create disruption and hostility between communities and government? I keep thinking about that. Because when parents, teachers, and neighbors are continually treated as hostile, disruptive, as noise, that doesn't calm a system, it destabilizes it. It erodes trust. Trust me when I say that I did not want to keep my 13-year-old home today. But when people are not heard, we get louder. We're not asking for the moon. We are asking to be partners in the decisions that affect the heart of this city, our kids and our schools. Y'all are parents or grandparents or neighbors. Do you want a voice in your local schools? I assume so. Why else would you be here? We are asking for that same voice. You can mandate change. You cannot mandate trust. And without trust, nothing holds.
Thank you.
We're ready to move to Zoom speakers. We're going to try Alina and Asia Nasser.
Hi, this is Fatima Nasser, their mom. Unfortunately, they had to go to volleyball practice, so they have stepped out. But we wanted to just share that, Eid was on the HISD school calendar in previous years. This is a very important holiday for the Muslim community of Houston. I believe there's about 200,000 Muslims that live within Harris County, and I think a couple thousand of them are in HISD. Growing up as a Muslim in America, I can tell you that these times are hard. We hear a lot of negative things about our faith and feel misunderstood, and often we feel like we don't belong. And so when HISD did recognize Eid as a holiday, it made my kids and myself feel like we were part of a community that wanted us to be a part of them, wanted us to feel safe and welcomed. And so we'd encourage the board members to reconsider adding that holiday back to the academic calendar school year. We'd really appreciate that. And I speak on behalf of Merit, which is an organization of Muslim parents across Houston.
Thank you.
Dr. Anita Wadwa.
I'm speaking on 1882. Has anyone noticed the names of the proposed partners and how remarkably similar they are? HSPBA Friends is a fundraising organization, and though it knows absolutely nothing about operating a school, it does exist. So does Friends of the Energy Institute High School, which raises funds from energy companies, but does not have expertise in school operations. How about Friends of Challenge Early College High School or Friends of Houston Academy for International Studies? They don't have websites. They sound like they're made up, or special purpose entities, as Enron used to call them. Will we ever find out who is behind them? We will be turning over money, students, communities, and physical infrastructure to these operators. Massive assets, not just the annual dollars. The reputation of our flagship magnet schools. There's a huge risk in giving these schools up to whoever this is.
Thank you. This concludes the public comment from public officials and HISD students and parents. Before we move into the meeting business, I'd like to invite board members to share reports or comments. Go ahead. Well, we'll start at that end.
Thank you. I want to congratulate the students who graduated last month and to express my gratitude to the administration for hosting a very beautiful and meaningful winter graduation ceremony. I was humbled and honored to be able to attend with my colleagues this year, and I want to commend all of the administrators and principals who attended on behalf of their high school campuses this year. Thank you.
It was a beautiful ceremony, and the kids were really inspirational. I wanted to make sure that we acknowledge the 100-year anniversary of Jack Yates High School and the long legacy of amazing graduates and teachers and administrators from the school. So, historic times. Thank you.
I would just like to make sure that the board members know about the meeting we had on Monday, which was a lunch and a 2-hour meeting overall with the 5 elected trustees with 4 of the board of managers. So we talked about ultimately the transition from the appointed board to the elected board, because that is going to happen over the next few years. And so the idea and the discussion that we had was to try to build common ground about what's going on at the district, what sort of the view that we have in terms of how we're going to make that transition ultimately. Because at the end of the day, this board will go away, and ultimately there will be an elected officials that'll come back. And so we are going to continue those meetings, and what we'll do is we'll rotate board members through, because we only can have 4 because of the open meetings issues you have to deal with. And I know some of the board members, some of the elected trustees couldn't make it, so we can have 9 of them, but we can only have 4 of the board of managers. So we will continue to schedule those meetings to talk about specific things going on. When we have our budget workshops, we'll bring budget workshop discussions into that forum as well. Because one of the most important things we can do over the next couple of years is to make sure that the district is on sound footing for the turnover ultimately to elected officials. We know that's the objective, that's our objective, and we're going to work really hard to turn over the district in the best possible position that we can when that moment happens. With that, anybody else? Okay, great. I would like to ask Board Vice President Angela Lamont Flowers to read our proclamation recognizing Black History Month. Ms. Flowers.
Thank you. Whereas each February, Black History Month honors the enduring legacy of struggle and triumph of African Americans and celebrates and acknowledges the significant contributions African American men and women have made to our city, state, and country.
And whereas African Americans have played an important role in such industries as education, medicine, finance, government, and international trade, and whereas our community benefits from embracing our diverse cultures and recognizing outstanding individuals who rise above circumstance and become role models for our children of all races, and whereas the HISD School Board proudly and gratefully acknowledges the contributions of African Americans at every level of the district, from parent volunteers and crossing guards to teachers and district staff, each one an important part of the team. Now, therefore, we, the members of Houston Independent School District School Board and the Superintendent of Schools, proclaim February 2026 Black History Month in HISD and encourage all to acknowledge and celebrate the rich history of African American culture and witness thereof on this 12th day of February 2026.
Thank you. We'll now have recognitions and report from the superintendent. Mr. Miles, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Campo. Good evening. At this time, I would like our Deputy Chief of Community and Family Engagement, Naja Calendar, to come forward and introduce this evening's campus close-ups and district recognitions.
My name is Naja Calendar. I am excited to be able to greet you all this Black History Month, and I want to say a special thank you to Otis Marks III, our MLK Oratory winner, for kicking off our celebration and recognitions today. So I'm going to do things a little bit out of order, and I'm going to recognize this evening the students, staff, and alumni of Jack Yates High School, who are celebrating 100 years since the school's founding. And we have a resolution to honor Jack Yates High School on the occasion of its 100th birthday. Whereas Jack Yates High School was founded in 1926 in Houston, Texas, and for 100 years has served as a cornerstone of learning, leadership, and pride in the Third Ward community. And whereas the school is named in honor of Reverend John Henry Jack Yates, an educator and community leader whose life reflected the power of education and to create opportunity and lasting change. And whereas Jack Yates High School has educated generations of students, offering not only academic instruction, but guidance, inspiration, and a strong sense of purpose. And whereas the school's students and alumni have gone on to make meaningful contributions to Houston, the United States, and the world in fields including education, public service, business, science, the arts, athletics, and community leadership. And whereas through decades of change and challenge, Jack Yates High School has remained committed to excellence, resilience, and service, supported by dedicated educators and a proud community. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the HISD School Board and Superintendent of Schools, recognize the 100th anniversary of Jack Yates High School, honoring a century of achievement, perseverance, and impact. So I would like to ask Jeffrey Boney, who is the president of the Jack Yates National Alumni Association, to come and accept this resolution on behalf of Principal Stephanie Square. They also had a student speaker who had to get back, so we're not going to be able to hear from him, but want to also thank Joseph Harvey, who is an 11th grade student, for being here tonight. I think we have a video we can play.
Yes.
Yates was not just established so students could be educated. It was also established so there was a community hub for students. So it was more than just academics. It was also celebration.
Hereby recognize February 9, 2026 as 100th anniversary Jack Yates High School Day in the city of Houston.
That this is not just Jack Yates history, this is City of Houston history.
I graduated from Yates in '93 and I started teaching here in '97. So I came right back to Yates and started teaching, and now I'm an administrator and assistant principal here. So I still live in 3rd Ward right now to this day, and so it's just very important that those ties. Reverend Jack Yates, he thought it was extremely important that our students were educated, and like I said, Emancipation Park, they purchased that land for black families, so black families could have somewhere to go to in order to celebrate and congregate and fellowship. So he felt it was very, very important that we had a place not only to be educated, but to fellowship here in this community, because at the time we did not have that. So the future is bright. Our kids are doing great things, not only in sports with athletics, but also academics, robotics, audio and visual classes. Our students are doing great things. That's going to continue.
Every month, HISD Now takes a deep dive into our campuses to highlight the great work happening across the district. The segment is called Campus Close-Up, so here's a look at the 3 campuses that were highlighted last month.
Highlight schools across HISD. In January, we went to Hamilton Middle School, Kashmir High School, and Westside High School. We kicked off the new year at Hamilton.
We serve leadership, extracurriculars, opportunities.
Plus, a standout teacher thriving in the classroom, showing real results and inspiring those around her.
Everything that they instilled in me from day one, I've been able to build and just get better and better.
And we wrapped up the month at Westside High School, where the Pride Dance Team gave us a special performance.
Welcome to Westside!
Principal Tyrone Davis showed us a campus focused on diversity, strong programs, and magnet career pathways like audio and video production, all preparing students for what's next.
You basically learn the basics of understanding how to work a camera, like video editing software, and just understanding the different elements of just creating projects and working together to create a giant compilation of everything you do.
3 schools, 1 month, and plenty of great stories across HISD.
Will the staff from Hamilton Middle School, Kashmir High School, and Westside High School please stand and be recognized? Thank you all.
Thank you, Naja. Oh, and Kashmir. Yes, sir. All right, thank you. President Campo and members of the board, let's continue with the superintendent's report. I'm going to talk about the NWA, but first a preamble, because we don't respond to community comments or public speaking, and that's probably the right thing. At the same time,
It's actually by law because of open meetings, but go ahead.
yeah, and that's a good thing. But at the same time, I want the staff to know, and anybody else listening, that our kids are doing well thanks to you, the teachers and the principals, And we have the data to prove it. And when people dismiss data, and it must be particularly hard for leaders who are in the schools every day, I'm in the schools every week, to hear that their work is not good for kids, that we're not doing right by kids. And I gotta say that. And I think every once in a while, leadership requires us to defend the actual things that's happening, and to applaud the people. We just heard about schools that are doing well, and everybody should applaud that. And when the achievement scores come out in different types of tests, whether it's NWA, which we're going to hear about, or STAR, or NAEP, and we can't celebrate the kids, that's dissing the teachers. That's dissing the teachers. And it's dissing the work of the schools. And you all have done incredibly, and I hope teachers and principals are hearing me, because they get the credit and they deserve, whether they're certified or not, they're getting results, and the principals are getting results. And so we're going to stick with that, and until people can really understand the real work that's going on and applaud our successes, criticize the bad things, yes, but if you can't applaud the successes, I don't know how that builds trust. So, yeah, you can applaud that, that's all right. All right, so with that said, the parent survey, 84% of all the parents would recommend their school to other parents. That's a really well done survey with 11,000 responses, not just anecdote. And then our data is also showing just remarkable improvement. And I can tell the board we've had the 8th set of NWA, 8th set, meaning we do beginning of the year, middle of the year, end of year. So we've had 2 years of that, and then beginning of the year, middle of the year. So 8th set of NWA testing. And every time our achievement goes up, not just growth, the amount of students who are reading at grade level and doing math at grade level. So actual achievement is going up. And so today, we're going to give you a lot more data at the next board meeting when we do the progress monitoring metrics. But today, I just want to give you a brief overview of how well our kids and teachers did in the NWA MAP test that we took 3 weeks ago. And to put it in broader context, because we can give you the numbers, and the numbers itself of how we've improved is impressive, but sometimes, actually most of the time, you should have a broader context, because NWA is a nationally normed assessment. And so I would like to ask Dr. Scott Peters from MWA, who's with us today. He is the Director of Research Consulting Partnership at NWA and former Professor of Assessment and Research Methodology at the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater. And he'll share a 3-year analysis of HISD's achievement and growth.
Thank you, Superintendent Miles. Good evening, everyone. As Superintendent Miles said, my name is Scott Peters. I'm the Director of Research Consulting at NWA. I have the privilege to be with you tonight to share a little bit about what the NWEA data point to in terms of growth and achievement trends over the last 3 years. It would always be a privilege to be here with you, but it's a special privilege tonight as I'm able to share a lot of the positive results from the hard work that HISD educators have been putting in. Just make sure I know how to click first. The ask of NWA for tonight was really twofold. There was a desire to better understand trends and progress over the last 3 years, but specifically comparing HISD to other large urban districts nationally. To do that, we examined HISD data for 2 full school years, plus the half year that just ended this past January, when HISD students completed their winter testing. In addition to HISD data, we created a custom comparison group of all of the other large urban districts that use NWA MAP growth tests. That comparison group, for those interested in the nitty-gritty of the data, is 22 large urban districts nationwide, roughly 1,700 schools, Those schools have an average enrollment of about 550 students, 75% low income, 25% African American, and 45% Latino. I'm going to talk about two different metrics tonight. Everything I'm going to present is two different metrics, and I want to level set a little bit to make sure we know what we're looking at before I get into that. So the first metric is median achievement percentile over time by grade and by subject. And so what is an achievement percentile? An achievement percentile communicates students' relative standing compared to others of the same grade, same subject, and same amount of instruction. This is something that's unique to how we approach our data. We only compare students to others who started the year at the same place and had the same amount of instruction prior to testing. So a student with a 58th percentile achievement percentile is performing higher than 58% of students in the same grade, the same subject, and testing at the same time in the school year. The median then is just the middle student, so the middle achievement percentile of a group of students, and that's something I'll talk about quite a bit. The second metric I'm going to talk about is years of typical student growth, which is a bit of a mouthful, so I'll just abbreviate it as years of growth. We define year of growth as average growth for the average student. So that is 50th percentile growth for a student who started the year at the 50th percentile, hence the average of the average. Students can start the year out highest scoring or lowest scoring, and then they can make above average growth or below average growth. In our years of growth metric, we compare the growth of HISD students to growth that is 50th percentile for the student who starts the year at the 50th percentile. And it gets a little bit clearer when I give this example here. Here we have an example where average growth for an average student is 6 points. We might have looked at Alejandro here. He made 9 points of growth. 9 divided by 6 is 1 point years of typical student growth. So that's one of the metrics I am going to be talking about quite a bit here at the beginning. And that's the result I'm going to start with. So just to restate, we're going to start here with the years of growth metric. I want to orient you to these figures a little bit, so I put this nice big orange box up so no one could look at the results and instead had to listen to me talk about the figure for a second so we all know what we're looking at. We'll start with the 23-24 school year at the top and then go to 24-25 and then the half year ending just now winter 26. On the left-hand side, you can see our metric is years of growth. There's two different colors. The light teal color is for HISD students, and the darker black color there is for all other urban schools on average. Let's start with these third graders, just to zoom in on this bottom left corner here, from fall 25 to winter 26. A year of typical student growth for third graders like that is 4 points. The average HISD student grew just under 8 points. So that's where we get to our roughly 1.75 years of typical student growth. I have other metrics too, don't worry. Here we can zoom out and see the whole picture from 23-24 at the top to 24-25, and then the half year ending in the winter of 2026. And as I've talked about with some other members of the administration, I don't have a lot of additional nuance or anecdote to add about these figures. They're all fairly consistent in that throughout all grades for all years, HISD students grew at higher rates than our national average, than our national normative sample, and also at higher rates than our all other urban school sample. Importantly, this is reading. I'm sorry, I didn't mention that before.
And it seems like they get higher, sorry to interrupt, as the grades go on.
It's a very good lead-in. Thank you for the setup, Superintendent. One kind of interesting way, if you want to be an advanced achiever here, to interpret these figures is to follow them on the diagonal. Because the students who are in 6th grade in 23-24 move on to 7th grade in 24-25, and then into 8th grade in 25-26. And what you are seeing is those students made above average growth for all 3 of those years. And that will come back in just a minute where I show these 3-year line trends. Because what we see is as a result of those students growing at above average rates for 3 years, is they continually move up the achievement hierarchy, I guess, if you will. I want to zoom in on these 8th graders for just a second. I was a middle school teacher, so 8th graders can be a little bit frisky. The denominator in these 8th graders for 2026, typical growth for 8th graders in reading is 1 point. Middle school students don't tend to grow as much as other students. So that's a typical year of growth. You'll see here 3.9 because HISD students averaged 4 years of growth. So certainly much more growth than is typical, but anytime we deal with small numbers in the denominator, I just like to point out a word of caution that those can swing a little bit when you got a small number in the denominator. So before my former algebra teachers come after me. Now we'll switch over to math. Here we present the exact same thing. The only difference here is we add K2 You all did not test with NWA map growth in reading 2 years ago, or in 23-24, and there is no science test in those grades. That's the only reason you see K2 here. But here you see the same thing. The takeaway is that HISD students consistently outgrow the national average and the average among other large urban districts. The only place where that's less true is really in the early grades, kind of in that K2 space, and that's been true across the different school years. Here we have science, which I always like to talk about because science doesn't get quite as much attention as the other subjects. And really we see very similar trends. Again, no K2 or K1 data because there's no science test in those years. And the only place where we see kind of average rates of growth compared to the urban districts is in grade 2. But remember, that's average compared to the urban districts, which were already growing at above average rates. So being similar to them is not a bad thing. I want to switch now to a different presentation, a different figure, which is 3-year cohorts, where I'm going to compare HISD students to those other urban districts. But before I do again, I'm going to walk you through the figures a little bit. All these will show the same thing, which is fall of 23 on the left to winter 26 on the right. What I'll show first is the all other urban student comparison group, and then compare it with the HISD results. This will allow you to see where HISD students started back in the fall of 23, compared to our national norms overall, and also compared to the other urban districts. In cases where those lines diverge, which is something you are going to see quite a bit of, that is a case of HISD students pulling away or outgrowing their urban peers. At the end of each year, you'll be able to see where your average student fell compared to that of other urban students. And I have these figures for K2, because it's over 3 years, so it's 3-year trends. I have them for K2, for 3-5, and for 6-8 for math, and for 3-5 and 6-8 for science and reading. But for the sake of time, and also simplicity, and also because I was a middle school teacher, I'm only going to present the middle school results, but I have all of the other ones that I'm happy to share, and of course you have in your packet. So here we have a 3-year cohort comparison of HISD students to other urban districts in math, starting in grade 6 in fall 23 and ending in grade 8 in winter of 26. On the vertical axis, we have the mean score for that group, but the dots themselves represent the median achievement percentile. That's where does the HISD's middle kid fall compared to the national distribution. So for example, in fall of 23, HISD 6th graders, the score was a 208.5. In case you're curious. The all other urban sample was a 208.6, but because the dots represent the middle student, those really similar scores actually represent slightly different median achievement percentiles. By spring of 24, HISD 6th graders had pulled away. The average for urban schools fell slightly to the 45th percentile, but the average for HISD grew to the 49th percentile. So it started in roughly the same place, grew apart by about 2 percentile rank points. This steeper growth continued the following year over the course of 7th grade. Again, urban schools grew at the average. They grew at an average rate. That's why they went from 45 to 45. That's the definition of average growth in our model. But HISD students went from the 50th to the 54th, denoting above average growth. And again, the following year, HISD students outgrew their urban peers again, such that by the end of 8th grade, the median HISD student was at the 58th percentile nationally compared to the 40th percentile in all other urban districts. This means the middle HISD student who tested about 3 weeks ago now outscored 58% of 8th graders in our national normative sample. Again, just want to restate that the all urban sample grew at average or above average rates. This is something we found in quite a bit of our COVID recovery research, that urban schools outgrow most other schools. It's just that in these results, HISD students also outgrew them. Now we shift to reading. As a former reading specialist, I never liked that middle school students don't grow that much in reading. They have fairly flat reading trajectories. In reading, students in HISD were again about the same place in fall of 23. The average score, again, 205.3 versus a 206.3, so 1 point apart, but the same median. The dots overlap. The software doesn't like to make dots overlap, is the long and short. But reading, even more than math, really highlights the year after year steeper growth that HISD students showed. Jumping all the way to the end, by the time those students got to 8th grade, they pulled away from their peers in other urban districts. The average HISD 8th grader from just a couple weeks ago outscored 61% of his or her peers nationally, while the average in the other urban sample outscored 55% of the peers nationally. Before I talk about science, again, we turn to the caution of the small denominator here, is that, again, middle school students don't grow that much. So from fall to spring, they grow about 3 points in science. From fall to winter, that can be 1 or 2 points. So again, any math teachers in the audience will know when you have a small denominator, you can have some big swings. So you are going to see some big values. Part of that is because of these small denominators, the small typical growth. But still, we see positive results. HISD students are beating their urban peers in science growth. But this growth you see in 8th grade is an example of the HISD students in that line right there made 7 points of growth compared to 4 points being typical for the all other urban sample. Both grew above average, HISD students grew more. So it's a very real difference, but the researcher in me just always likes to be a little cautious with the data. Oh, go back. I know that was a whole lot of information. I probably already overspoke my time. I appreciate you all listening. I'm happy to take any questions, or I can also pivot to some of the other figures for the other grades, but of course you do have those in your packet as well if you're tired of hearing from me, which I would understand.
I think the data is very interesting and it looks really, really good. So would you just describe it in layman's terms rather than statistics? How good is this relative to the rest of the country?
So I want to pick a good example here maybe. I mean, and I did not pick middle school because middle school is a weird outlier and that K2 looks totally different. This really is meant to be an example, and that's why I've shared all of them with you. I think this graph really does put it pretty well. The fact that you all and the sample of all of the urban districts, so the 23, I guess it is, urban districts in our sample, which are a large number of the largest districts in the country, started in the fall of 23 in very similar places, and now they are 20 percentile ranked points apart. That is a very difficult thing to do. It's hard to get a good comparison because a lot of times we're comparing to pre-COVID years when trends were different or the samples that change over time. But we spent a lot of time trying to poke holes in this. We have a lot of very smart researchers on my team. We did a lot of things to try to figure out, did we just screw something up? Or we have something going on here? Is the district testing at a weird time or something? And we really were not able to find anything. So it's not a very clear answer, but yes, you are growing at above average levels compared to districts who are also growing at above average levels. It is very unusual.
Could you talk a little bit about the veracity of the numbers, right? In terms of the tests were taken, the information was put into a database and then reviewed by your group. Walk us through that, because there's a fair discussion oftentimes about, well, this can't be true and the data's got to be bad.
And how many students take this test, right, NWA tests across the nation?
Yeah, so put some context around data veracity.
I guess I'll kind of start with the second one first, just about how many students take the data. Just to give you some context, all the results you're seeing that I presented, all those percentile numbers, are compared to what we call our 2025 national norms. They're called that because they were updated in 2025, using 2 years of data on 116 million test scores from roughly 1 out of every 3 schools in the United States. I was a middle school teacher and a psychometrician by training. I've never heard of another test that's had a larger normative sample. I don't think it exists. So in terms of the numbers for comparison, we have them. This is also compared to post-COVID trends. We could do the exact same thing compared to pre-COVID trends, but the difference would be the same. The numbers might be different, but you all would still be beating the other urban sample for sure. In terms of veracity of the data, one of the things we did is, without to get too much into the weeds, these percentiles, as I said at the beginning, depend on when the students tested. And districts give that to us. They tell us when their testing windows are. We, of course, sitting at our desk chairs, don't necessarily know what's happening in the classrooms. We're not educators. But what we actually did is we went and looked at exactly when your students tested to the day, compared it to when the testing windows were set by the district to make sure we were getting as close to apples comparison as possible. We went above and beyond what is actually presented in the regular reports for this comparison. So quite literally, if a student had 32 weeks in the system, but we're like, oh, but they actually tested 33 weeks apart, we updated that to make these as precise as possible. I've been at NWA for 3 years. We've never red teamed an analysis more than we've red teamed this analysis.
Can you go back to where you have the other format where you're looking at the years of growth? Thank you. Yep. All right, so I want to make sure that I understand this. If we just take the lower left-hand corner, we're talking about second grade, we see HISD at 1.79 and we see urban schools at 1.72. Did I understand the national average is a 1?
The national average would be a 1, yes.
For the 50th percentile after a year.
And that is where there is a little bit of nuance to this, because students who start at different places typically grow different amounts. Reading is perhaps the best example. So let me go to reading here. So in reading, very high performing students do not grow as much during school.
Okay.
Very low performing students grow a lot.
Okay.
So, the difference might be 3 points versus 10 points. The denominator for all kids was the same, like 5, for example. That might seem a little weird. Well, why are you comparing average growth for the average kid, for high kids and low kids? But we're doing that for the urban schools as well. So it's the exact same benchmark. The denominator is the same for both HISD and the urban students. It's just that we're using a single average growth for the average kid as the comparison.
And so am I understanding that because a lot of the urban kids tend to be a little further behind, right, that year of growth, they grow more because they're not as advanced? Is that?
I think there's probably some of that behind here.
Okay.
Again, I mean, yes is the short answer. But we have a report coming out that's about schools that have fully recovered from their COVID learning loss. Okay. And one of the things we found is that while urban schools are actually less likely to have rebounded back to that level, they have grown more than the schools that have.
Okay.
So urban schools are growing at very high rates in the post-COVID era. It's just that they suffered larger losses, so they're starting from further behind. So that, I think what you're getting at is why the black bars are also above 1.
Right.
Both groups are growing above the national average. Again, it's just that you all are growing more than that.
A lot more than that.
It's a quirk of this years of growth metric. In addition to being hard to explain, you would have to have this kind of common baseline, which is a little bit goofy because kids do tend to grow at different rates based on where they started.
Which is also why we give you median achievement percentile, meets plus relative to STAR, that's a proficiency metric, and percent met expected growth. All of those metrics tell a more full story.
Can you talk about the tests? How long are the tests? What did they take? Like 3 weeks ago, they took a test. How long were they doing this? How much preparation did they? Could students actually prepare for this specific test? Because you're giving the same test across the country, right? So how does the actual test work?
Sure. So it varies a little bit between like the K. We have like a K2, a 3, 5.
Let's use the middle school kids.
Middle school. This might take about an hour. It's about 40 questions. Right. So each one of our tests has about 40 questions. The test pulls from an item bank of about 35,000 items. So a student is not going to see the same items as the student next to him or her. And part of that is because students are at different levels. So if a student comes in fresh, the test has never met the student before. It starts off with questions that are a little bit below typical, just as a starting point. And then as they answer questions correct, they get harder questions. As they answer questions incorrect, they get easier questions. It can actually be, if anyone's ever done this, it can actually be a little frustrating because if you're doing well, you feel like you're struggling. It's kind of strange as someone who's taken some of these. The items are all aligned to Texas standards. So we build tests specifically for the Texas standards. You can go on our website and see what are called instructional areas for things like literacy and geometry. So it's not just like a national test or anything like that. And it's a continuous scale from fall of kindergarten all the way to the spring of 12th grade, so that you can absolutely have 6th graders seeing Algebra 2, geometry items, reading lengthy texts meant for high school. You could also have 5th graders that are reading, more basic literacy, because the whole point is figuring out where students are. It's a good comparison to STAR. Actually, STAR is very good at telling you who is at the state standard. MAP growth is a little bit more about telling you where are students regardless of how close they are to the state standard. I could talk about this for days, maybe I'll stop there.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
2 questions. The gray slivers on if you go to the other slides.
The line charts?
Is that just summer slide? What is that?
Yes, ma'am. That's yes, okay. Summer slide.
And then the other I wanted to know is, when we were in the yellow, you had something that said achievement gap, but I didn't understand what is this slide?
This is meant to be my slide that explains to everyone how to read the slides, which clearly didn't work because You couldn't even understand the
I
slide
saw
mentally.
achievement gap, and I start like, what are you saying about the achievement gap? So I was ready. I was like,
It's
where are you
the
going
gap
with this?
between the urban sample and the HISD sample. That's what we mean by achievement gap. So
Got it.
in here, for example, the gap at the end of 6th grade in spring of 24 was 4 percentile rank points. It's 4 points. You can look at the gap then the following spring, 45 versus 54, that's grown to 9 points. And then by the end of 8th grade, it's grown to 18 points. Every spring when those get farther apart is a result of the HISD slope being steeper. If they were parallel, the gap would stay the same. So we like to look at that end of year gap, which, yeah, achievement gap's probably not the best term.
I would
as an
just say
indicator.
when we hear achievement gap, we're thinking about, we use that differently. So that's why I was like, where are we going?
100% understood.
And then the only other thing, just because you're here, so you guys spent a lot of time with this. Other than this, like, did you have any discussions or musings on your team about what was going on? I just want to know that these are unusual numbers. Any behind the scenes, what did your team think? What does it reveal to you, if anything?
I mean, what we thought was, what did we do wrong? I mean, honestly, we started doing this maybe 2 weeks ago, and there's been a lot of, middle of the night wake-ups, kind of thinking like, oh, how could we have done this wrong? Is there some kind of like inclusion criteria, or did we model the timing different or something like that? We ran it a couple of different ways. We also did some comparisons that created a custom comparison for every single HISD kid. So this was comparing HISD to urban schools. We did a separate analysis that compared every HISD kid to tens of thousands of kids, like every one of them had their own comparison group. And there's this little thing called a quadrant chart, which is growth by achievement. And HISD is all above average in the growth. They're all in the top 2 quadrants. So we could still be wrong. We could still screw something up, but we haven't figured it out yet. I mean, that's what we've been thinking about, is what could it be? But
And so I'm going to do the dot, because you're saying the achievement is so remarkable. You thought you made a mistake? I just want to make sure is that what you're saying?
there's an old saying, I think it's Carl Sagan, that said extraordinary claims need to be backed by extraordinary evidence, which is why we spent additional time. We knew this was going to be in front of you all. This was going to be a public venue in front of educators and families. We wanted to be very confident in our results. We spent a whole lot of time on it, and I think we're
you're confident of your results.
I am. Yep.
The other thing that gives me confidence is that our STAR data is very similar. It's remarkable. It hasn't been done before. NAEP the same way. So, and it's year after year. It's not, this is the 8th test.
Okay, I think we really appreciate you coming and giving us this data. I just want to give a big shout out first to the students for their achievement, because they're the ones putting pencil to paper, computer button, what have you, and then to our teachers and to our team here, because you know what, I'm going to take this as extraordinary and really good news.
Is this ready to go? It was great to have Scott, since, we present this data all the time, and, it's more about the numbers, but he did a great job of trying to keep it in layman's terms. He's a statistician, and they can get pretty technical, so I really appreciate the presentation. I'm going to just do just a couple more, because I do want to talk about the achievement gap a little bit. And so just a few more slides on this. This is the median achievement percentile, grades 3 through 8 combined. You can see the growth in the median achievement percentile from the beginning of the year, 2023, to now the middle of the year, 25, 26, and now this graph represents all, so math 51 to 64 is huge growth, ELA or RLA, reading language arts, and then science, and this is broken down by subgroup. So about 6% of our students are Asian, 10% are white, 62% Hispanic, 23% Black, and then there's others. And you can see that our Asian and white students start at a pretty high percentile compared to all the other kids taking this NWA test, and this is math, and they grew also. But our Black and Hispanic students grew even more. Now, they started further behind, but I said 2.5 years ago, the way to close the achievement gap, or to narrow it significantly, is not to depress our higher performing students, but to grow our lower performing students faster. And this is exactly what's been happening. So our instructional quality and effectiveness has grown even for the kids who are doing well already. It has not diminished the instructional abilities of our stronger performers. But our Black and Hispanic kids are just moving faster, so they're narrowing that gap. So we got a ways to go, there's no question about that, but you can see that kind of growth is incredible. This is our English language arts, same thing, 81 to 84 for Asians, 80 to 81. So not as much growth for our white students, but still they start at a pretty high point. And this is more of this is your proficiency level, right? This is achievement. But you can see our Black students growing 10 points and Hispanics growing 12 points. So much higher, we're narrowing the gap. This is just 2.5 years in. Another 2.5 years, you can see that line just moving well above the national norm. And then finally, science is even more incredible. For our 3rd through 8th graders, you can see the growth, 20 points. That's incredible. So our subgroup data is looking really strong. I'm not going to go through any more. We have more data for you, but you have it in your charts, number one, or your handouts. And then remember, next month, we're going to go into more details because of the progress monitoring metrics. So I'll save the rest for that.
Can I do one?
Yes, ma'am.
So didn't you guys do something special with science this year? And is that a part of what we're seeing? And my years, I don't remember this fall, but I remember there was a revamp with the curriculum of, what was that?
Yes, so last year we started with providing stronger correlated or aligned rather science curriculum. And that has turned out to be very good for our students. We also do 90-minute classes in science. We also started last year, so this is now the 2nd year of that. And you can see it's cumulative, right? I mean, it's every year the kids start off higher, so they go even further. And so I think that's the main reason for science. Kristen, anything to add to that? Okay.
I just wanted to make sure, because I knew you guys were doing something, but so we're seeing the benefits in these structural changes that have been provided.
And just one last thing before we leave NWA, because let me give you some anecdotes also about our kids. So when the NWA test is given, every kid has their own growth metric, right? Because they start at different places. So not the achievement bar, I'm talking about the growth now. They'll have a target, a growth target. And almost every school gives the student a number and say, this is your growth target. This is how many points you have to get. Because of the NWA test, at the end of it, the student gets immediate feedback. They'll get their score. So if their target was 205 RIT points, they'll see they got a 210 or 203 or whatever they got, and they'll be able to tell. And so there were so many cheers and just, look at what I got, look at what I got. And they were so proud of their success. They were proud of their success, and that happened over and over again in almost every school. Even the kids who didn't meet their target, because obviously some of them didn't, the teachers were saying, you did great anyways, you're going to you're going to get it the next time, you're closer, words of encouragement. There was no like, well, you didn't do it. And I think that's important because that tells you the culture of achievement. Despite what anybody says, kids want to learn. Kids want to be able to read at grade level and do math at grade level, and they're not deceived when they're getting in high scores or their grades may be high, but their scores are low. All right, let's go beyond this. This is all good data, but you'll see it next time. I want to move on because I know it's already been a long evening. So I got to give you some context. We talked about the future focus HIC at the last board meeting and in some of the small group meetings. And you can see we are setting up the district for the next several years. In the next few months, we're setting up the district for the next several years, maybe in the next decade, with the things that you see here. For example, accelerated math for all, we're making it much more rigorous. We want every kid to take Algebra 1 by the time they leave middle school. Not all of them will, but we're designing it so that the vast majority will. We're raising the bar, so we keep going. That's the future. And that's going to be rigorous for our kids. Future 2 we've talked about. Today I just want to briefly touch on level 5 autonomy. We have schools here. This is the update for that. We introduced this, and I've talked about it a little bit with the board, to provide additional flexibility for our highest performing schools. We have defined autonomy, and we're going to actually make it even stronger to where the highest performing schools could have full autonomy. And that's what this is. It's the 1882 partnership, which gives them full autonomy. What does that mean? Because they have a fair amount of autonomy now, but they will have their own evaluation system if they want. They'll do spot observations. Because right now, schools have very little autonomy with regard to evaluation and instruction. Because the autonomy has to be earned. And so now that we've seen that schools have earned it, there's going to be level 5 autonomy. And I appreciate professional behavior here and not interrupt me. Anyway, so that's what we're doing for the level 5 autonomy. The other reason for doing it is it does give us access to more funding. So as you notice, one speaker, the lady was talking about more funding for programs for Energy Institute, Energy Institute. That's the other thing this will do. So greater autonomy for the schools that earn it. We're also bringing level 4, but that's a different story for next year, but that's more autonomy also. And these are the 4 level 5 autonomy schools that have volunteered, by the way, to become an 1882 partner. And so we've been working with them, these 4 schools, and their 501c3 to develop an 1882 partnership. So you can see we started even earlier than October, started introducing it to principals, asked for volunteers, asked for principals to set up a 501c3 or a group to set up a 501c3. In January, so last month, the 4 campuses submitted applications. We scored their applications, and then these applications will be submitted to TEA. If the board approves tonight, the board is voting to authorize me to explore, or my team, to explore and negotiate a contract and apply for 1882 partnership benefits. So we'll have a draft contract. We have one. and we'll work on that contract until the board votes in March 19th, and it's a board decision whether or not they approve a performance contract with this 1882 partner, these 4 schools. And then we have to submit that to TEA. They also have to approve the 1882 part of this contract. So we actually have a little bit more time after the board votes, but then TEA also has to approve it. And that's my update on level 5. Yes.
Thank you. You mentioned autonomy, but what about addressing accountability to continued growth of student outcomes? Could you clarify that, please?
Yes, ma'am. So in the performance contract, it's called a performance contract for a couple of reasons. One, because it outlines all the requirements, but also all the autonomies in the performance contract. But most specifically, it has to have metrics in there for continued operations. So for us, in the performance part of this performance contract, or the metric part of the performance contract, the schools have to maintain their A rating. They also have to have they have to meet budget on finances and a few other things like that. So we're not trying to make it too hard, but we do want to maintain our accountability. So these schools all have 4 years in a row of an A rating. I think we can trust them to continue to have an A rating.
Mike, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
The schools remain HISD schools.
That's right. So in 1882 partnership, the schools only have the authority of a contract, right? And the contract can be limited from 3 years to 10 years. Ours are going to be 5 years for these level 5, and they have to maintain the performance in those 5 years. The building is always remains under the auspices of the board of managers or an elected board. So it is our school building, and the students' scores are HISD scores. So there are students as well, but the operations is the part that is autonomous. The operations of the school is controlled through contract by the board, and it's from one board to the other.
And you will continue, HISD will continue to provide central services to the extent that schools need that sort of support.
So yes is a broad answer, but some of the services they can choose to do on their own, and that's all part of the performance contract. So I'll give you a good example. Let's say they think they can provide the grounds keeping on their own. So we would give them the money that we spend right now on grounds for them, and then they either do it better or they do it worse, but you know, in contract, it can't be so bad to be a hazard. But anyways, that's so, but all the other things like HR, finance, we're going to be supporting.
So the contract is basically a performance contract that is entered into a 501c3 that is going to operate the school, and that HISD will have measures of performance, that if the performance measures are not met, the contract can be canceled and the school can be brought back into the situation, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then, in addition, we'll have audit rights, we'll have financial analysis and statements and representations from those groups so that no money will be misused or stolen, correct?
That's correct. And not only that, it's part of the performance contract that they have to meet budget, they have to have an audit. So there are clear metrics around that.
Okay, and we're going to get those contracts. You're going to negotiate those contracts. And I understand that TA starts with a form contract that a lot of other 1882s have used, and you're going to have all those things in the contract, given in advance to the board to be able to review it, and then ultimately the board has to approve everything that's in that contract, correct?
That's right, sir. And one last thing, because we have several representatives from these high schools here tonight, and what we want to do is provide more autonomy and allow them to have more innovation. This is not an attempt for us to get more money or anything like that. So you're going to see in the performance contract that every one of them will have more money next year than they did this year, and fairly significantly more. And that's because we're not trying to write a contract where we're making money off of them. We want them to be successful, and in the end of the day, any district that has a real strong, what's called a performance management theory of action, where we control a lot of the instruction, that is not actually the best way to run a district long term. Over time, you have to allow for individuals to have some different innovations. Now that has to be earned. You can't have 274 autonomous schools like we inherited, because then you get 121 DNF campuses. But over time, they are earning it, they will earn it, and we'll be able to allow them to have innovation. That lady who spoke today from Energy Institute, she was right on the mark. They want to innovate, they want different robotics and engineering and programming, and we should allow them to do that.
So this is a in-district charter school in essence, right? That's what it's called. It's
Yeah.
part of the 1882, okay, correct?
Yeah, I mean,
And let me
in some
finish.
ways, yes,
So
go ahead.
it is that, correct? And as a matter of fact, the elected boards of previous elected boards of HISD have created multiple in-district charter schools that we currently have today, correct?
We have 5 today, we had 6, yes.
I see. And then the interesting part of that is that had they used an 1882 partnership, the district would have earned $30 million more by just having that as an 1882 partnership.
Yes,
which is
so
really
and the ones
shocking.
that the in-district charters that we have wish they could be 1882, by the way.
Right.
Because it's the same thing, except now they would get more money.
Okay, so there's nothing special about 1882 versus in-district charters that the elected boards have already put in place in HISD over the years.
That's right, and
Okay.
and a number of districts have them. Go ahead, Angie.
So you spoke briefly about presenting it to the principals, and they had the choice to opt in. But I also know that there was a larger discussion. It wasn't just the principals and the staff. It was a community discussion, but we haven't talked about that here. So can you tell us a little bit about whether this is a principal-led issue, or if this is the school community? So how did the school get to decide whether they wanted to take this on or not?
Yeah, so we asked, and by the way, we limited it to high schools. And then we said, these are the only ones that could apply, because only these 4, or these, I think there was 12, had 4 years in a row. And we have another 4. So all of them went to their staff and their SDMCs, and I think they did parent surveys. Everybody was able to do how they wanted to do their parent engagement. They had to do SDMCs, if nothing else. So 4 came back and said they want to pursue it. Doesn't mean they want to sign yet. They want to know more about it. And the other 4 others said, we're going to wait till next year, the following year. Probably wanting to wait how it turns out. So there's no question, I put it out there as an initiative because, again, we want to expand innovation. But these are totally community-led things. And the reason why you see, like, the Friends of HSPVA is because they are already engaged. And they've been a long-standing organization, a parent organization. And yes, they donate money to the school, and they organize lots of engagement activities. So they're already involved, and the principal, got the okay by the Friends of HSPVA. So it is a close partnership, of course. That's the type of partner you want to work with, somebody who knows the school and works with the school and has a good relationship with the principal, et cetera. And I think that's what we have in these four.
Anybody else? Okay, great. Go ahead, thank you.
All right, moving on. So I want to talk about our facilities and then recommend to the board some consolidations. And we'll have a longer discussion on the 26th, this board and I. But tonight I need to give you the big overview. And I'll be happy to answer some detailed questions, but just know that we have more opportunities. So there's no question that we have declining enrollment. And there's lots of reasons for that I'll get to in a minute. Not only is there declining enrollment, which impacts our bottom line, of course, but we also have our state funding is barely keeping up with inflation and just rising costs. And then, of course, you know, we have aging, underutilized school buildings. So low capacity in many of our schools, or low utilization, high capacity, low utilization, and many buildings that need repair. I mean, again, we just got through the winter, or hopefully we're through it, but, you know, we almost ran out of duct tape, so I'm happy that, you know, the winter ended quickly, because it's just a day-to-day fight for some of our buildings. At the same time, those are our challenges. We've been able to do in the last 3 years a lot because we right-sized central office. This year you're going to see more than a balanced budget. In other words, our revenue is higher than our expenditures this year. You're going to see that by the end of the year. And then we've made major progress in improving student outcomes. So we're not losing students because of D and F campuses anymore. I mean, we have been. It takes a while to turn that around. You know, if a school is an F campus for many years, you got kids leaving for years. We've turned that around, so that's where we are now. But we need to take action to sustain not only the gains, but also to put our district in the best position possible going forward, especially financially. Enrollment, you know, there's a lot of misinformation, and if we're going to close schools or consolidate schools, then we actually need to understand it a little bit. And there's been so much misinformation, I have to praise the Chronicle a little bit because they finally wrote an article on enrollment that had some facts about like immigration policy. They didn't do other things that they need to look at, but at least they got that right. Enrollment across the country has been declining. This is the number of school closures in the last couple years, including this year. You can see the Texas one, San Antonio, Austin. This is not the only ones. These are just the ones that you read about lately. Austin, Aldine. Aldine is entertaining yet another one. Spring ISD, Fort Bend just announced, and many other districts are closing schools and have closed schools in the last several years. This is HISD's enrollment over time, and yes, it has dropped. You can see that. But take a look at when the drop started. In the last 3 years before the intervention, the district lost 20,125. So, and then from even before we got here, the 3 years since, we're 2.5 years in, another 21,000. So the district has been losing kids for quite some time. Even before COVID, the district lost kids. And then yes, COVID was a huge loss, but those kids didn't come back. And there has to be other reasons for it. So
would you please keep your comments to yourself? No. Okay, then that's your first warning. Okay, thank you. I'll take a second one if you want. Yeah, why don't you just get up and leave then? Go ahead, you're done. Would you please escort her out? She wanted to leave, she said so. Oh, no, I didn't say I wanted. Well, then you better be quiet. Are you done speaking? I'm going to give you your second. I'm going to give you I'm giving you your second warning now. You cannot ask questions in this medium, and if you want to keep talking, you must leave. Then leave. Then stop talking. Would you please remove this woman, please? Thank you. Now, the rules are, you didn't hurt my feelings. Thank you. Again, our rules are, you're not going to make comments during presentations like this. You'll have your 1 minute to speak, and then you're done. Okay? Thank you.
All right, so we have to understand enrollment that way. And if you look at individual schools, especially in certain parts of the town, the city, enrollment has declined even faster than after the intervention, but it has still been declining. Take a look at Hobby, for example. Much faster before the intervention. Same with Burris. About a little bit more in McReynolds, but McReynolds has lost a lot of kids in the last 6 years. And then the schools that are low enrollment continue to stay at low. Like Briscoe is an example of a school that's around 200 kids, and it has just stayed that way for many years. So that's the enrollment picture, and not to understand this will confuse why we're closing this school or that school, and that's the only reason why I bring it up. One last chart on enrollment, because you hear a lot of comments that are just ill-informed. If you look at the whole state, and this is Texas Education Agency data, this was put together by Good Reason Houston, but anybody can go online and look at it. You see since 2018, the percentage of students every district has lost, and Houston is 5th. That's not, we don't need to be proud of that. It's just that there are many other districts who have lost even more kids from 2018 to now. And we're followed closely by Ysleta, Pasadena, and Alief. Just 1 point difference. So lots of enrollment issues. The question is why, and it's not the intervention, it's a lot of other things. The intervention may contribute a little bit to it, but there's so many other variables, and any intelligent research report that HERC is going to do would mention market forces, deportation policies, declining birth rates, and things like that, like the other districts. Then also we have aging facilities, and you know and I know that if our kids are doing remarkable things, and our teachers in schools sometimes with holes in the walls. And I'm talking about some of these portables that you've seen. Benavides, go there. Port Houston, just go to some of these schools and you see just the sad state. And yet, they are doing a great job and trying to learn. But they deserve better. And so when the facility is low, and we use the FCI, just to remind you, Facility Condition Index. If it's over 65, that's not good. But we're not even talking about 65. We're now talking about 75, 80, 85. Under-enrolled schools drain resources. It's hard to be a principal of a school with 150 kids. They still have all the requirements, and the class sizes are so small you don't have the same synergy. And we subsidize those, and we have for the last several years. And then replacing or renovating. There's a fraction we talk about, the repair costs over the replacement costs. And as the repair cost grows, and that fraction grows, that tells you it's not worth throwing good money after bad. It's like buying a car. I mean, I've had kids with their cars, and the transmission goes out, then the carburetor, then the wheels, I mean, you know, at some point you have to, the car's only worth $2,000. You know, the transmission is, I can't do that again. So schools are very similar in the fact that at some point you can't replace the plumbing, because it's, I mean, you could, but it's going to cost you more to do that than to build a new one, or the air conditioning unit and things like that. So we have these schools. These, I mean, during the bond we showed you a lot more pictures, but these are just some of the things. This is not stuff that comes up in just a couple of years. This is decades of lack of attention and preventive maintenance. Proposed school closures. Look, I have resisted bringing something to the board for 3 years. And the reason why is because I feel that schools should be community schools. That is the best thing for kids. And so when I was asked in the first summer, I know some of you weren't here, but you guys remember, I said, no, I'm not going to propose to the board closing schools. Not yet anyway, not that we wouldn't ever do it, because we wanted to give the kids a chance to have a, we didn't want achievement to be the issue. We didn't want our failure as a system to say, this is why your school is going to close. But it can't fight time and facilities and aging. And so what bothers me most now is that our schools that have the highest FCI, the poorest facilities, are our underserved populations. That is a fact. You're going to see it and where these schools are located. And that breaks my heart, because I think they should be community schools, but they've been losing enrollment for a long time, and the facility isn't working. I can't justify keeping kids in a school with some of the pictures you've seen, or that has, you know, air conditioning unit that goes out all the time, can't be heated, or has, you know, just a smell in the teacher's lounge. I mean, just all kinds of things that's not right. So even though we have to close it, we're going to put the kids in a better school, better facility-wise, and as strong instructionally. That's what we're trying to do here. So even though we started this process, I don't know if you remember last spring, we talked to you about facility condition index and how we're going to whittle down and how we choose it. Let me go over a couple of those things here. So most of all, it's about keeping our kids safe and in schools that operate well. I mean, functionally. That's the deal. And if we can't do that, then we got to do something besides keeping them in the same place. While we choose, though, we want to minimize disruption. So local reassignment, improve our learning environments, meaning that the learning environment has to be a nicer building, meaning a lower FCI, newer building, safer building. Make sure that we attend to student needs. In other words, that, you know, if they have a program, the dual language, and they need to continue. If they're special needs students, they need to continue that. We can't put them in a place that doesn't serve them the same way. And then academic continuity, meaning if there's an NES school, we try to keep it NES. If it's PUA, we try to keep it PUA, et cetera. Yes, sir.
You mentioned FCI a couple of times. There were some of us who were not here last spring.
Oh, sorry.
But I was on the Community Advisory Committee for the bond, and so I was familiar with, I think, is it the same metric that we're talking about?
Yes, sir. So, and thank you for stopping me and allowing me to clarify. Facilities Condition Index is a report that's done by both our teams and confirmed by outside folks to say, what is the condition of your facility? They look at air conditioning, HVAC, plumbing, safety. For example, if all your doors open to the outside, that's a less safe building. And we have such old schools and that some of our schools are like that. If there's no perimeter fencing, if there's no vestibule. So all of these things add up to an FCI, Facility Condition Index. If there's structural issues, that's also included in there. So that is a Facility Condition Index. But that's not the only thing we look at. We look at these other things right here as well. We started back in, yeah, go ahead, Mark.
Hold on, I want to kind of close the loop on the FCI. So in that context, the administration was identifying high FCI to identify needs, right? Where do we need to go invest? And now it's a little different, but it's really where are the needs the greatest, and at that point perhaps cost prohibitive. Is that
so?
Okay.
Yes, and this chart. So yes, the FCI is one of the biggest things. It's not the only thing, but it's one of the biggest things under data analysis. Because we have so many schools with a high FCI, if we just use FCI, we'd close 40 schools, maybe even more. But you're right, it starts there as one of the key indicators of a school that is a candidate for it. But we also look at, enrollment. We look at capacity. If there's 1,500 capacity in a building has 1,500 student capacity, and it has 300 kids, we got to figure out how to make better use of that building. Doesn't mean moving the kids, it might mean moving another group of kids there. We look at feasibility check. So I'll just name it. We said before, Port Houston, Pleasantville, that area, and Holland, there are 3 campuses. There is no nearby school that has a much stronger facility. So you're going to see we're going to pick the best of the 2 bad facilities, facility-wise. And then the holistic view as we look at the context, the academic capacity. So it's not an easy decision. It's not a matter of just plugging it into a formula and spitting out a school that we should close. And we started last spring and had discussions all the way up until now. We paused for a minute, but because of greater than expected enrollment decrease and because of some structural issues that came up and because of that ratio, that repair costs over renewal costs, building new, changed dramatically over 6 months, we're going to have to do we're going to have to bring it to the board. So, bottom line, 12 schools are closing, but only 11 facilities. That means there were 2 schools and 1 campus. We're just going to combine them. 12 schools are closing. 7 of the 11 are actual close campuses. We're going to close 7 campuses. 4, those campuses will close, but they will be co-located. Co-located. So there'll be 2 schools in one facility. You follow me? That's our definition of co-location. 2 schools, 1 facility. And then we'll continue to offer unique programming if any of them had it. And then we're not closing 2 schools that would have been closed, but we're going to make those 2 campuses future 2 schools. K-8, future 2 schools. So we saved those 2 schools from closure. Here's the list that I'm going to provide for the board. You have it in your packet. We can provide way more detail. We also have the 26th. But Alcott to Madding. So Alcott is an elementary school going to Madding Elementary School. That's the ones on the right are the receiving school. So the ones on the left are the schools we're closing. Briscoe to Carrillo, Burris to Kennedy, Franklin to Gallegos, NQ Henderson to Bruce, Port Houston to Pleasantville. This is what I was talking about. Pleasantville isn't a great facility, but it's stronger facility-wise. It's better than Port Houston. And then Ross to Ross sits close to 2 schools. We're going to give the kids a choice because C. Martinez is one of those future 2 schools. So we're not closing C. Martinez, we're not closing Roosevelt, of course. Ross is what we're closing. They can have a choice to go to those 2 schools. And then these are the schools that we will co-locate. Cage to Lantrip, co-location. What that means is you still have the staff, you still have the principals, you still have the name of the school, Cage, and you have Lantrip also there. So Cage at the Lantrip facility. Lantrip is...
Why?
Lantrip has close to 1,500 or 1,400 seats, 1,450, I believe. Cage has 300 some kids. Lantrip has 400 kids, something like that. If I get the details are in your packet, the numbers of kids. So they have more than enough space. Lantrip's FCI is really, by the way, I can pull those charts up if you want, but they're in your appendix. Lantrip is a relatively new school, great building, great facilities, 2/3 of it not being used. This gives us a chance. I don't know if you've been to Cage. Cage has some structural issue now. They've always had, but it's getting worse and worse. And they've had HVAC problems and heating problems since I've been here and before. So, so it's a chance to put kids into a nice facility. They're real close, less than a mile or somewhere around a mile. I don't have my chart in front of me, but less than a mile away, so this is an opportunity to do that. Fleming and McReynolds, both, to Mickey Leland. Mickey Leland, similar, almost a brand new facility, a small men's boys' school. We're going to put them on one floor, which I think they've already done, and the other floor will be used by the middle school. So it'll be the middle school at Mickey Leland. Mickey Leland Middle School and Mickey Leland Young Men's Preparatory College Academy. Yes, ma'am.
But only single sex in the elementary? Is that what you're thinking? Or it's going to grow?
No, the 612 is on one floor, be separate from the others.
Okay, that's what I mean. So one's going to be boys only and the other's going to be...
There's no elementary. Fleming and McReynolds will be a middle school, not boys only. The boys only will be on one floor. Now, eventually, the middle school might want to be, I mean, that's a decision down the road, and probably the elected board will deal with that decision. Hobby to Lawson. Hobby, we brought you structural issues at Hobby. It's not dangerous now, but it's not going to get better. So we will continue to make sure that Hobby is safe through the rest of this year, of course, but we're going to need to move those kids. But at Hobby, we are going to take the pre-K and kinder just to have a little bit more space at Lawson to the MLK Early Childhood Center. And then finally, Gulfton has 60 kids. We're just going to absorb them into Liberty High School and give them the advantage of having the programs that Liberty High School has. They're in the same building right now, just separated. So we're just going to close that and make it much more efficient. There are many more schools we could talk about. And let me just finish up, then I'll take questions. These are the two that are going to be the future 2 pilots, so those kids don't go anywhere unless they want to transfer to somewhere, but we're not closing these 2 schools. So they'll be open, they'll be called Greg, they'll be called Clemente Martinez, but they'll be a future 2 pilot schools. And finally, we know we got a lot of sense making to do. So over the next week and a half, 2 weeks, we'll be talking to the families at the impacted schools, the ones closing and the ones receiving, both. We started that tonight, by the way, with emails or messages through Parent Square. And then, we'll have many more opportunities for families to ask questions, tour their new school, make information available. We'll have a responsive support team at each school, so a couple people who are responsible for answering parent questions. We'll honor the schools that are closing, and we'll figure out a way to celebrate that at each campus with the principal and SDMC. And then each receiving school will have a kids welcome event. We'll probably have to bus them during the school day just so they can see the school and things like that. So that's what we're going to do with families. And for staff, that also started with information. We had a meeting with principals this morning, and then they had meetings with staff. We'll have another staff communications that also went out, but we'll have face-to-face meetings and FAQs with staff. And then same thing, responsive HR support team, priority placement, and priority preference. Just so you are aware, because the biggest thing on people's mind usually is, what about my job? And the answer is this. If we're still evaluating people like we always do, and if you're progressing 2 and above at a closing school, you'll still have a job as a teacher in this district next year. If you're progressing 1 and the principal wants to retain you, you will still have a job in this district next year. If you're unset, you don't have a job anyway. And if you're progressing 1 where the principal doesn't want you back, you also will not be here. That's the same rules we used before. So it has nothing to do with closing. We're not trying to get rid of teachers this way. In fact, minimize the number of closures. I mean, Austin, which is, not even half our size, is closing 10 schools, and we're just closing, 12. Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation, and it's never an easy conversation, but it sounds like the analysis has gone into it, and I appreciate the depth of thought. I would go back to that last slide because that's what I want to just applaud and double underline and encourage us to really lean into this information and support for the 149,000 parents who are not going to show up to these meetings and not be a part. What they care about are very practical things, and they're going to be thinking about at the dinner table very practical, logistical, very practical things. So I just really encourage our team to wrap our arms around these families and empathize with the fact that this is a very they love the school, they love the teachers, they love the friends, but it becomes a very practical thing. How do I get to work and still drop you off, right? That kind of stuff. So just lean in hard here and make sure we wrap our arms around those families. Thank you.
And I think that's well said, and that is our intent. I mean, again, one of the reasons why we've taken so long, maybe too long, to make this hard decision is because of the impact on kids. And yeah, we get it. You're a school of 150 kids, but there are 150 sets of parents, or almost that many sets, that are who like that school. The school has an A or B, and it's like, okay, what's wrong with my school? The facility is safe, but it's not optimal. It's not and a couple of facilities are not going to be safe, 2 years from now. So we got to make a decision. But we will do what you said, sir, and we will focus on making sure those families get information and get as much care going to a new school.
Thank you for the presentation. 2 quick questions. 1, are there any elementary schools and middle schools in the same feeder pattern on this list of closures?
Yes, and I don't have a map in front of me. Can anybody answer that specifically for me? Which we have it. We can show you in the board session, closing session.
Okay. And my second.
But most of them are concentrated in one part of town. You're going to see that on the map.
Okay. And my second question is, I know we're not taking a vote this evening, but for parents who are already mentally making a decision, what is the district going to do from a school choice application standpoint for those who are maybe have already decided they want to do something else?
For these schools, we are extending the choice window till, oh, that's the next slide. So you can see where the closing date now is March 5th. For this in the middle, on the bottom, for students impacted by school closure. The regular closing date was 27th.
I just have a couple comments. Appreciate your comments. I know when we're out talking to families and on the listening tours that we do, the biggest thing is about communication. So that's going to be so important for us. And I'd rather our parents and teachers and principals get so much more information than they ever wanted to see, as opposed to maybe missing an email or something going to their junk box, because that's what they're saying, right? Communicate with us, just give us more information than we ever wanted to know. So I appreciate that. And same thing about school choice. I was going to ask about how that would work, but now we have the answers.
You'll be happy to know that communications went out already? Okay, so maybe while I was speaking, we're at 7 o'clock.
To that end, besides the home school and that principal, if there is a direct path to someone in the district office, I know normally our answer is go to your principal, but this is way beyond that. So I hope there's a clear jump connection where there's a phone call or a person who is responsible for responding. And if that's not already in the loop, please let's put that in the loop. Thank you.
Yeah, and we'll do both, because while some people want to go right to the district, most parents are going to go to the people they know at the school. So we'll do both.
Great. Well, thank you. How's everybody doing?
That's it.
If anybody needs to take a break, go ahead and we'll just keep going. Yeah, okay. Great. Well, we'll now hear from our remaining registered speakers, first in person and then from Zoom. We'll call the in-person speakers to the microphone in groups, beginning with the speaker numbers 1 through 10. We have seats in the front row reserved for the next group of speakers, so please occupy those seats if you're up next. Please come to the microphone in your number order and then state your name. Before we do that, though, I want to welcome Congressman Christian Menefee, who is here. Thank you, and if you'd like to address the group, come on up.
All right, good evening. Congressman Christian Menefee, 18th Congressional District. A few of the schools that were mentioned as being part of the shutdown program are in the 18th Congressional District. I know that Trustee Mendoza mentioned that communication has been part of the main criticism throughout this process. I will tell you, I'm pretty engaged, and my first time hearing about this was about an hour ago. And I had to rush down here to try to figure out exactly what's going on. I heard a comment from Ms. Arnold that perhaps you all aren't voting on this tonight, and I don't know how the internal procedures work, but it doesn't seem like this has been very clearly communicated to folks in the community, and like they're getting an opportunity to meaningfully participate in the process. You all know that since the takeovers happened, many people feel like it's been a stripping of our democratic opportunity out here in the Houston area. And then you got another set of people who think that this is really just about closing down a bunch of schools so that we can turn this into just a charter system across the entire district. When you have something that's like it's in the dead heat of the night and it's not properly noticed and people aren't given an opportunity to engage, you just further that type of thinking. So my ask to y'all would be to slow down and allow people to come up here to have their voice heard and to make this process feel like it's more collaborative instead of it's already, a done deal. And these kids and these families are going to have to just figure it out. So thank y'all, Christian Menefee. Happy to be here. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, you can start the first group.
I'd like to invite speakers 31 to 40 to the front row, please. And we'll begin with number 31. Ms. Nuncio, go ahead. Ms. Nuncio, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Carmen Nunzu. I am Mr. Miles. I am sure you're tired of me being here at every board meeting, but I'm tired of being here also. Why do you continue to put our kids, teachers, and principals last? You just got a huge bonus that you do not deserve. Our kids, because our kids are not getting the education that they deserve. That money could have been used in our classrooms or for our teachers. As a 51-year volunteer, it hurts me so much to see what you are doing to our kids. Again, stop thinking about the almighty dollar and please start thinking about our kids' education and their future. Every night before I go to bed, I keep thinking to myself, there's got to be something that we can.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's Andre Taylor. I'm an advocate with Houston Parent in Action Network. I want to speak on the support on expanding college credits opportunities for students. It is one of the most strategic steps that I have seen in a long time. This issue is personal for me, but because I was a kid that was involved within the system while navigating through education. I was not behind academically, but I was behind within home issues, and it affected me within navigating through my education. Opportunities like this give equality to students who are navigating through education. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. Hi, my name is Ty Waniqua, and I am an advocate with the Houston Parent Action Network. I want to speak about college readiness. First, I want to recognize the progress the district has made. More students are earning college credit while still in high school, and that matters. Early access to college coursework expands opportunity, builds confidence, and opens doors for the future. At the same time, students receiving special education services are still participating at significantly lower rates. As we celebrate the overall gains, we must also be clear about where gaps remain. Access to college credit should not depend on a student disability status. While the right encouragement, accommodations, and intentional outreach, students in special education can thrive in advanced coursework. We have seen that success. Our goal should not only be to increase participation overall, but
Thank you.
Derek Montgomery. Derek Montgomery, followed by Jackie Anderson. Go ahead.
Good evening. Jackie Anderson, President of the Houston Federation of Teachers. On January 21st, 2025, I mailed Mr. Miles referencing Trump's executive order to allow ICE arrest in schools and churches. He replied that staff had been trained. I could find no one to acknowledge this training, not even today. The Chronicle has recently announced that 4,000 immigrant students fear coming to school due to the threat of deportation. HISD has failed to share to parents a commitment for safety. This lack of compassion is leading to educational opportunities being lost, which is a civil right, and funding cuts and the devastating economical harm to the greater Houston community. Mr. Miles, do better.
Thank you.
Dr. Ruth Hoffman-Lack. The 25-26 budget book states that the Chief of Public Affairs is paid $200,000 plus bonuses to engage consistently with external stakeholders, including the board. One indicator of success is at least 6 board members cast votes that align with the administration goals and priorities 100% of the time. The expert on public school law that I consulted said this: An internal performance metric stating that a senior administrator's success is measured by ensuring that at least 6 board members vote in alignment with the administration's goals 100% of the time is highly unusual. That language goes beyond stakeholder engagement or informal sharing and veers into influencing government outcomes, which raises legitimate legal and ethical concerns. If you are still not sure why the entire city voted against the bond, now you know. No trust, no bond.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Julian Platone. I'm a proud teacher at Energy Institute High School. Approving an 1882 partnership with Friends of Energy is essential to protecting the innovative programs that define our campus and ensuring teachers can continue to deliver high-quality learning that our students deserve. Energy thrives because teachers are trusted with curricular autonomy. We design interdisciplinary projects that merge TEKS-aligned science, engineering, social studies, and English into real-world challenges. And that level of innovation cannot happen without the freedom to create authentic learning experiences. But autonomy alone isn't enough. Our cohort-based master schedule provides a dedicated project planning time that builds rigorous PBL units, coordinates field experiences, and prepares students for exhibitions. This planning time is foundational to maintaining project quality, and our model depends on resources, prototyping materials, engineering equipment, technology, and logistics for frequent field experiences, because hands-on learning is the back.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. As a parent, I want to first say thank you. I see the intentional strategies being put in place to help our students not just stay in school, but truly graduate prepared. Please continue strengthening these strategies and expanding access. As a parent, I don't just want to be notified. I want to be involved. Involve parents early, begin these conversations in middle school so families can plan intentionally and understand graduation requirements, college expectations, and industry opportunities. Workshops, step-by-step planning guides, and real-time progress updates can empower parents to support their child academically. Parents who are informed, included, and equipped become powerful partners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mi nombre es Maritza Lucio, soy madre de un estudiante de kinder en la escuela Jefferson Elementary, quien tiene una IEP. Primero, quiero expresar mi preocupación porque los apoyos que recibe son insuficientes para atender sus necesidades educativas. Quiero informarles que mi hija fue castigada por no terminar un trabajo académico mientras estaba en proceso de evaluación. Como consecuencia, le quitaron 10 minutos de recreo sentándola aparte de sus compañeros. Mientras cumplía el castigo, fue picada por hormigas en gran parte de sus piernas y otras partes del cuerpo. Por favor, revisen el uso del código de disciplina y aseguren que mi hija tenga un entorno seguro y respetuoso. Mi hija tiene derechos que deben ser protegidos y respetados en todo momento. Estamos hablando de una niña de 5 años que fue expuesta a un riesgo físico.
Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Marisa Lucio, and I am the mother of a kindergarten student at Jefferson Elementary who has an IEP. First, I want to express my concerns that the supports that she receives are insufficient to meet her educational needs. I want to inform you that my daughter was punished for not completing an academic assignment while she was in process of evaluation. As a result, she lost 10 minutes of recess and was seated apart from her classmates. While serving his punishment, she was bitten by ants in a lot of parts of her legs and arms, and a lot of parts of her body. Please review the use of the discipline code and ensure that my daughter has a safe and respectful environment. My daughter has rights that must be protected and respected at all times. We are talking about a 5-year-old girl who was exposed to physical harm. Thank you.
Good evening. As you can tell, I've been waiting a minute. I'm a councilwoman, but I'm also a former teacher at HISD. I'm here to talk about the teachers, the veteran teachers that's been let go due to non-renewals. We got to make sure that what we're doing in the fairest of essence. We've having teachers being let go for no reason because of absences, even with proof, even with necessary documentation. You're letting us go. 2 years left, and then we're getting ready to retire, just like you guys are getting ready to do. But again, you let us go for no reason. That is not right. We're going to have to do things in order. And remember, karma is real. We got to watch how we do, watch how we treat people, and be careful. And remember, it's going to come a time that you're going to need us teachers. Please, these teachers that are special ed teachers you're letting go, don't do that. Bring them back. Let us know as veteran, vibrant teachers that we matter. Yes, certifications matter. Yes, my master's degree matter. You said, hey, you know, you got good uncertified teachers. I disagree. You will not go to a doctor that's not uncertified. So why would you be okay with letting our kids have uncertified teachers?
Thank you.
Christy Brewster. Could speakers 41 through 51 please come to the front row?
Good evening, young folks. I'm your retired school nurse. With February being the month that we honor the legacy of African American heroes, not saying that you're honorable, Floyd, not that you're even a black man, but what do you want people to say about you when you're not above ground anymore and not breathing oxygen? Do you want them to say that you're an encourager, or do you want them to tell the truth, that you were disencouraging, unsupportive, no transparency, firing teachers for anything? Do you want them to say you were honest, or do you want them to tell the truth? Dishonest, gaslighting liar that would do anything to get your way. Do you want them to say you were a mentor, or do you want them to tell the truth, that you were a meddler, messing with everything you could, tearing up the curriculum, again, not honoring the IEPs or the 504s? What you want to say about you, Floyd?
Thank you. Go ahead.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't,
Go ahead.
No, didn't hear my name. Dr. Pamela Bovelin, and I'm here to say I really don't know what to say. Because you all think we don't know what we're talking about. 80 people come up here every month, and you say that they just don't understand. All these people, there's community engagement. Where is that? Can y'all spell that? Because I haven't seen that. And just like they were just saying, we just found out about 12 schools closing. You know, that might have been a conversation we should have been having, like, you know, back in September. But you don't understand. You believe we don't understand. You need to understand we were here before you. All right. Not one of you ever attended a board meeting before you were put here. Not one of you. You don't realize that the way the structure of the...
Thank you.
Ms. Kravitz, followed by Ms. Lucas Roberts. Ms. Kravitz.
Speech. What's the library? During an after-school program, a third grader asked me, what's the library? As we sat in the room formerly known as the library that was filled with books, I gestured around the room and says, here we are, take a look. You check out books out of the library. Take them home and read them and bring them back. His eyes widened and said, wow, we take these home? Sister Mama, we get in trouble if we even touch these books. My eyes watered at his words, and for a brief moment I traveled back to when my ancestors and ancestors were faced severe penalties for just having a book. They got their eyes jagged out, they got their hands cut, some were even killed just for having a book. You know what? When the quest for literacy was penalized, chastised, agonized, traumatized, people who were oppressed for the brutal whippings and lashings for having a book, I want to say, will you please leave Project 2025 alone and put our libraries back in the schools? Hate us, Ms.
Thank you. Thank you.
I missed my time. Thanks a lot. It is not your fault that Mauro, a Sam Houston varsity soccer captain and church volunteer, was detained by ICE 2 months ago and has lost 35 pounds since being detained. But it is your responsibility to lead, to say clearly and publicly that immigrant students are safe in our schools. Narcissists make empty promises and believe they are serving us dinner. Here are some of yours. You say that the scripted curriculum is inspiring for kids. Not true. You say the teacher evaluation system was supported by teachers. Not true. You say the data shows our students are doing great. You say that NES parents love the takeover, but NES moms say their older kids were learning to read before the takeover, and now their kids can't. You say demoting high-achieving kids to remedial classes is good for kids, it's good for ratings, it's not for kids. Kids in NES schools should get recess, and they don't, and that's against the law.
Thank you.
Hi, Laura Henry. I'm a mother and an English teacher in another district. I'm not speaking against advanced classes, even for unprepared students who want to be there, but I do want to caution that it's easy for data to become more important than the kids. When the district uses dual credit courses and to get CCMR points, it's very easy to put kids in those classes just to kind of like throw spaghetti against the wall to see what sticks, because if the students pass, the district gets the data. If they don't pass, there's no harm to the district, but there is to the student who failed. Dual credit grades go on college transcripts, so students who fail those courses begin college with failing grades. Similarly, if the high school student makes a C, that goes on the college transcript, but they could have had a higher grade if they hadn't skipped the high school course. Sometimes that has financial aid consequences. Also, sometimes teachers are forced to pass kids or encouraged to pass kids who aren't ready. Then they start out as college juniors without functional skills. So just be really careful. There's kids and there's data, and they're not the same thing.
Thank you.
Page 29 of the agenda, Policy EL strikes these words. As part of the district's oversight in financial and operational matters, the district reserves the right to engage its internal auditor or an external firm to perform audits of performance campuses. So when Mr. Campo claims from the days that HISD will maintain audit rights over the 1882s, he is just lying. These words are deliberately stricken from the policy, and that is not a mistake. Campo also said the contracts would be 5 years. The policy says 10. Why are you saying 5? EL has been presented like 3 times. It says 10 years every time. Tonight it's on page 22. That is deliberate. Mr. Campo, if you agree with me that HISD should have audit rights and shorter 5-year contracts, then you should insist that Miles edit the policy. It is your job to read these policies.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ella Taylor, a student from Carnegie Vanguard High School. I helped organize today's sick out. Recently, I've been concerned. Students need to be able to exercise our First Amendment rights. I know adults love to say that students are just walking out because we want to skip class or be troublemakers, that we don't actually care about the issues affecting us, our friends, in our district. But take it from a kid speaking at a meeting here. We do. We need to be heard. We need to learn to be heard in safe ways. I was in a walkout in 9th grade. We spoke out against the takeover and had teacher support, and their advice kept us safe. They made sure our protest happened outside of class hours, as well as was organized and followed given rules. No matter what Instagram commenters thought, we were not troublemakers trying to skip school. We skipped lunch in clubs, not classes. Students now have no way to follow rules and protest. You repress their freedom of speech. They aren't going to stay silent. Kids at Sam Houston lost their friend. They aren't going to stay silent. You are giving students no room to express themselves without troublemaking. Please try to minimize punishments and give us guides on how to protest safely.
Thank you.
Dr. Denise Wilborn. I'm going to be reading from Randy Weingarten's book, Why Fascists Fear Teachers, Public Education and the Future of Democracy. Teachers, and I'm going to add, the HISD students, are heroes in the American story. So it's no wonder the villains are attacking us at every turn. We teach the next generation to read, write, and do math, of course, but also to think for themselves, problem solve, and understand and navigate the world around them. We teach young children to be persistent in the face of adversity. We teach them to have empathy and confidence and agency. There is no question that fascists and their enablers will continue to pose an existential threat to our students, our nation, and everything we hold dear. Because
Thank you.
remember, fascists attack teachers not because of anything,
Thank you. Your time is up.
but because everything we do right.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Becky Smith. I'm an HISD parent. Superintendent Miles leads this board by the nose. He has you change policy after policy to give him complete discretion and control. But you are on the righteous team, and so are his insiders like 1882 operators and realtors. He gave away HISD's curriculum for free to a friend who sold it for $1 million. He emails his charter superintendent, "Don't panic, see the attached consultant proposal." Within 10 days, he's training the charter folks who gratefully paid for the advice. Isn't there some spidey sense here that he's getting paid for this somehow? Hundreds of millions in our public funds to develop NES, and now it's his to profit from. None of you are going to question that. That's not good governance. That's just fealty. We're closing schools. There's no bond, there's no trust.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mindan Tran. I'm an HISD teacher. I want to thank you for adopting the resolution declining a mandatory period of prayer or religious text reading. This action affirms the First Amendment, the Texas Constitution, and the fundamental principle that public schools must protect freedom of belief without coercion. You chose inclusion, dignity, and constitutional clarity, and that matters deeply to our students. At the same time, I want to raise concerns about district leaders warning students of suspension for participating in peaceful walkouts. The Supreme Court was clear in Tinker v. Des Moines that students do not, quote, shed their constitutional rights to freedom of speech or expression at the schoolhouse gate, end quote. Schools may not prohibit student expression based on suspicion or discomfort alone, only when there is evidence of a material and substantial disruption. If we are committed to religious freedom, we must also be committed to free expression. Protecting one constitutional right while chilling another sends a confusing message to our young people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ms. Williams, followed by Omer Kaja.
Good evening, Michelle Williams, Houston Education Association. I had my hearing last week, and it's interesting that your former chief of HR, instead of talking about MAP scores, their cabinet is talking about me. Also, your superintendent told his cabinet not to
respond to any of my emails. I'm an employee. I want to caution you all, there are consequences for illegal activity in HISD. Consequences that they will bear and you all will bear. Houston ISD will bear the consequences of these illegal activities. And I'm cautioning you all, leave me alone.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Omar Khwaja. I'm a Low Country attorney speaking about today's procurement agenda. I've reviewed the consent agenda and direct procurement items. You are voting on vendor awards exceeding $1 million, budget amendments, interlocal agreements, and construction policy revisions, all with minimal public deliberation as far as I can tell, because they're bundled on consent. This comes just weeks after you retroactively ratified $870 million in unauthorized contracts, the largest procurement policy violated in HISD history. Superintendent Miles called it a good faith error, but good faith requires corrective action. According to the University of Houston's report published last month, HISD has lost over 13,000 students since the takeover. Nearly 20% of your teachers are uncertified. Parents are fleeing to Fort Bend ISD, Katy ISD, and charter schools because... Thank you.
Ms. Longoria? Longoria?
Hi, good evening. It's so nice to see all of y'all. First, I wanted to talk really quick in regards to my neighbor, the Jefferson Elementary School mother, who spoke about recess, and just wanted to go ahead and put you all on notice that next school year, SB 25 goes into effect, which prohibits withholding recess as a punishment. So that's just a heads up for a policy change that will be coming your way. Additionally, I wanted to ask, what board policy are we following for school closures? Are we following board policy? There's a couple of different ones. It was not clear to me which one's in place that we're following. And then also, it says in the board policy that after receiving community input, any recommendation to close or consolidate a campus should be considered for approval by the Board of Education, which is y'all. Is there enough time in this timeline for this? I'm concerned. So, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. This concludes our hearing from speakers. The next item on the agenda is a discussion of and report with the acceptance of item 1, which is the board monitoring update presentation of goal 3 and progress measure 3.13. Chief Academic Officer Kristen Hull now present to the board the monitoring update goals. So Kristen, good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Hello.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Today we're presenting on goal 3.3. Overall, goal 3 is focused on the percent of students graduating TSI ready with an industry-based certification, but goal 3.3 specifically looks at advanced coursework. So we look at 11th graders who qualify for college credit with the goal that they increase from 33% in May to 48% in May 2028. So excited to continue sharing some of actually the good results that we are seeing here in advanced coursework as well. We actually haven't had a board meeting where we've had the end of year results from last year. So I both want to call attention to the fact that we met the target at the end of year last year. The target was 35, and we showed the percentage of 8th graders achieving advanced coursework to be at 40. And then this year we're looking at the middle of year results, and we are seeing that we are on track. We typically anticipate middle of year to be lower than end of year. I'll talk about why in a second. But when we look at middle of year last year and middle of year this year, we're seeing an increase from year over year, which helps indicate that we're on track. Whenever we talk about college credit, there's four different four different types of college credit that are included in these results. The first type is our advanced placement course work. This particular type isn't included in our middle of year because we have to wait for students to take the AP test in the spring. We also have our IB programs. Students can obtain credit for these, but they typically, again, don't test until 12th grade. So this is also something that generally isn't included in the middle of year progress report. For dual credit, we have a lot of students who take courses in the first semester, and the majority of those students, their progress is included in the middle of the year report. We look at their grades to make sure that they are on track to pass, but we will see an increase in students at the end of the year for those students who, again, take a second semester course. And then dual credit on-ramps, similarly, we look at students that are on track in those courses. But the main point here is that the middle of the year really only reflects the progress of dual credit and dual enrollment in the district. Oops. With that said, we have still broken it down by the different four types so that you can take a look at where we are. For all students, again, we are seeing an increase from where we were middle of last year to middle of year this year. Then when we look at advanced placement, we actually can still see an increase because what this is actually the percentage of 9th and 10th graders who already have advanced placement coursework before they even enter 11th grade. So that's why you'll still see some numbers reporting out on the AP courses, even though we don't have results from our 11th graders yet. Again, IB, we won't have results till the end of the year. Dual credit, we saw a slight dip in our dual credit courses, and that's because some of our campuses chose to offer on-ramps, math and science courses instead of the dual credit courses with HCC, but we actually still anticipate this to grow significantly as enrollment in second semester looks strong. And then again, dual enrollment, this is our kids dually enroll with us and with the University of Texas at Austin. And we're seeing significant increases from middle of year to middle of year in that type of college credit as well. We also look at the information split by different student groups. One thing that we want to highlight in particular is our economically disadvantaged students growing at a high percentage point rate from middle of year last year to middle of year this year. And so looks strong across most student groups. We are paying close attention to our Asian population and our white population. However, their cohorts increased, so actually the volume of those students obtaining college credit is higher, even though the percentage points went down. And we anticipate the number of those students who obtain credit through AP to increase by the end of the year. So we're keeping our eye on those two since we saw a percentage point drop, but we do anticipate that that will recover by end of year. We also looked at this information by school type at both NES and PUA. So I want to first call your attention to the light green bars. That's our NES schools from middle of year last year to middle of year this year, and we really are seeing tremendous growth in the percentage of 11th graders earning college credit at our NES schools. So that's a huge cause for celebration. It demonstrates that access has increased significantly in those schools. On the PUA side, the percentage has remained flat, but we included the volume on the right because the actual volume in the cohort is still increasing. And so even though percentage is flat, the volume of students accessing is higher. And in PUA schools, they were already offering more advanced coursework prior to this administration, so access started higher, which is why you might not see as much growth in those campuses. And then specifically talking about, one, how we got here, but how we can continue to make progress in this space. So we've talked a lot previously about the opt-out policy, where we really look at students' academic readiness, and when students demonstrate academic readiness, we ensure that they are enrolled and that we staff schools appropriately for the volume of students ready for advanced coursework, and then continue to focus on curriculum and high-quality instruction. Those are strategies that are working for us and that we want to continue to focus on as we move forward. However, there's a number of new strategies that Mr. Miles has spoken about and that we've spoken about previously that are really big investments in continuing to make progress in this space. So first, we've spoken about middle school accelerated math. When we actually look at college readiness and the way that students can access some of these coursework, they have to demonstrate college readiness in some ways through their assessments. And so if we can improve their ability to become algebra ready, we'll increase their ability to take more college coursework while they're here with us. And really, the emphasis on giving all kids access to Algebra 1 in 8th grade will significantly improve long-term those kids' ability to do college coursework in high school. Yes.
Do you have a timeline for that? That strikes me as hugely important.
For the middle school advanced math, yes. We are planning to roll it out across the district in full for 6th and 7th grade next year, and then the following year we'll be including 8th grade.
If you get the associate's degree, we're creating partnerships with specific universities, or what is that?
Yes, ma'am. So the associate's degree for all kids will get that associate's degree. We're working with multiple universities on 2+2 programs. So a student gets the 2-year associate's degree with us, and if they maintain a 2.5 GPA and get that associate's degree, they get automatic guaranteed entry into a 4-year degree program. And when we do that, we actually really help with that transition for students who choose to continue on a higher education pathway.
But can you tell which universities that we're talking about?
We are working right now with University of Houston downtown, and we're talking with a couple other institutions as well. Associate's degree for all, again, is another big initiative that we're focused on pushing, where all comprehensive high schools have a pathway for students to obtain their associate's degree. And again, not only looking at just 2+2 programs, but even programs more broadly where we can guarantee entry for students at a certain GPA threshold. And so in those discussions, yes.
Sorry, I was going to just, on the 2+2, that program is so important. I think it does many things, right? It saves the parents money for future college. It prepares the students to go into already their 3rd year of college, which means the advising is going to be much better than getting in there and them taking things that they don't need, which waste time and energy. So I think this is great. I love it, especially that we're looking at UH downtown, which is wonderful. But this is so important. I'm not sure how much everybody believes that, but when you look into it, it just prepares our kids to do so much better, quicker. Thank you.
So continued focus there. We're also looking really closely at dual credit for all of our career and technical education courses. And so this requires really close partnership with HCC to really look at how our course offerings can align to their course offerings so students can access both college credit while they're working on their CTE pathways. And then finally, we've also been in conversations with HCC to look at how we launch career centers in partnership with them and their facilities on the west side of the district. And so that will increase access for students with high wage, high demand career, and again, directly accessing those dual credit courses with our partnership with HCC. So these are all big strategic investments that we intend to continue to support to help make sure that we can continue to grow college access.
All fantastic programming. Can you tell us a little bit more about who pays for this? So are we saying if you're getting your associate's degree, who is paying for this? And are there costs to students to be in any of this?
We essentially fund all of the costs associated with college coursework. We pay for the assessments, we pay for the materials, we pay for the things that we need to pay for to support students. Yes.
So I love what Board Secretary Mendoza was talking about the 2+2 and the money saving and all that. I also wonder a little bit about what's it like your first time jumping into a 300 level class as opposed to an intro chemistry class. I guess, and maybe that's just not a big problem, but I guess what are we doing to anticipate that, to make sure that our students are ready to make that leap? And I can see it being an even bigger deal if you're going away from home for the first time, you're going, into a big campus and you're missing out on those, I guess you're missing out on weed out classes, but you're also jumping into classes with folks who are 2 years older, who've been on campus for 2 years longer.
Yes, and that's a very real experience we want to support students through. In conversation with the university president, we actually talk specifically about special cohorts for their students, because academically they're coming in as a junior, but socially they're coming in as a freshman. And so how can they still participate in freshman orientation? How can you still help them find where all the resources are on campus? And how can you connect them with their peers, even though academically they're in more coursework? So we're really working intently on making strong cohorts for those students to help with the transition.
Great.
Great. Thank you so much.
Bravo.
Yes, thank you. Okay, I'll now open the floor. Let's see, we already asked our questions, so do I have a motion to accept the board monitoring update presentation of Goal 3, Progress Measure 3.3? You'll have to hit my computer and probably log in, since we've been off for a while. Your login's on the computer keyboard. Okay. Looks like we have a motion and a second, so let's go ahead and vote. Motion passes. Okay, next we'll consider action items on the agenda. Board policy requires board members to abstain from all discussion and votes pertaining to contracts that might involve the conflict of interest. Board policy BBFA local defines a conflict of interest as any circumstance that could cast doubt on a board member's ability to act with total objectivity with regard to the district's interest. We have an item pulled from the board consent agenda. It's item 2, which is the approval of the proposed revised board policy EL local campus and program charter second reading. We have a motion to approve item 2. Okay, we have a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, please vote. Motion passes. Do I have a motion to approve the remainder of tonight's agenda item by consensus? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote. Any questions or comments? Okay, no, we're voting. The motion passes. At this time, the board will recess to close session under Chapter 551 of Texas Government Code Open Meetings Act subsection 551.004 through 551.089. Should board final action, vote, or decision on any matter considered in the closed session be required, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken at the open meeting covered by this notice upon the reconvening of this public meeting, or at a subsequent public meeting of the board upon the notice thereof. Board has recessed to close session at 8:56 p.m. on February 12, 2026. Good evening. This meeting is now reconvened at 9:47 p.m. We're now ready to consider items discussed in closed session. You probably have to reboot your computer. Okay, so do we have any motions coming out of, no? Oh,
Yes, I move that the board approves the closed session personnel agenda, including specifically that the board approves proposed terminations, non-renewals of continuing term, performance, and probationary contracts. The board approves suspensions without pay for continuing term and probationary contracts. That the board approve a finding of no good cause for educators to resign or abandon employment contracts without district consent. That the board voids term, probationary, and performance contracts. That the board approves withdrawals of contract terminations. That the board approves issuance of final orders on contract terminations and non-renewals. That the board authorizes the superintendent to give notice of all approved actions herein and take steps to effectuate same pursuant to HISD board policy and state law effective February 12th, 2026.
is there a second? Okay, we have motion and a second. Please vote. Motion passes. Do we have another motion?
Yes, I move that the board adopt the resolution of the Houston Independent School District School Board regarding the sale of surplus real property, which authorizes the board vice president to complete the sale of the property known as number 26-10-96 Terrell Facility, 4610 East Cross Timber Street, Houston, Texas, 77016, to JS Acquisitions LLC, Jackson Shaw.
Okay, we have motion and a second. Please vote. Motion passes. I think that's the end of our motions, correct? Okay, there will be, the next regular board meeting will be held on March 12th, 2026. There being no further business, the meeting is officially adjourned at 9:50 p.m.
Thank you.
Okay.